Good, 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 good. I need to grab something. Let's go! Let's go! Cookies and cream. Cookie. 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 Oh my god, I hate taking photos of myself. Fuck me, dude. I can't do it. Take two? Why am I cursed to be such a derp? Is this. Why? Why? As soon as I fucking. Dude, I need to like. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Almost done. Almost ready. Behind. Behind. I feel like this is too. Well, I have a Disneyland pass, Graham. So um, we go all the time, like every Wednesday. So our adventures are. We can kind of go whenever we want, actually. Sometimes we go there for like an hour and then we're like, let's bounce. Hmm. Although I did just bite my mouth, my tongue. Fuck. Ow. Yeah, I'm fine. Jeez. Jeez. Gran, biting a spoon is bad. Oh my god, it's massive. Where'd it go? Why did it? Oh my, it got so big. There we go. There we go. So I'm doing a debate on Saturday, Graham, at 8 p.m. Should be fun. Disneyland or the debate? It's going to be. This is the question. Electoral college should be replaced with national popular vote. Pure democracy, pure democratic vote. A little bit of a wild one, actually. Is there a way I can get rid of this whole fucking side? What the hell's going on here? Why is it doing this? Use the whole page. Why is there so much room here?
The argument for the
Yeah, let's like I can do both. I can do both sides. Oh, are you saying can you? I know what your position is, motherfucker. After reading your, which I think do you want to do that today or do you? I think you probably want to wait like another day or so I can write stuff. I mean, I have a lot of. Are you prepared? Okay. I want to give you time to repair or like prepare. Not like I'm gonna just disagree with everything. Okay. It's just I want you to be able to have counters to what I use as a counter. It's not that long, Gran. What the fuck? Get AI to do it. Have AI do it. Audiobook it for you. What's the other one I'm thinking of? Yeah, I feel that. It's kind of hard to just focus on one thing sometimes. Where is. Um, yep. Yep. My team has me doing the opening as well. About to hop into one of the discords so we can talk about it. Is it an Edmund Burke one? I'm not really a big fan of Edmund Burke, but um, like people. I was gonna say I don't think. Yeah. Well, majority. Hmm. I don't think any of them are on my team. It's let's see here. Tyler and I Rich. Yeah, average debate enjoyer. Hey, Samurai. Sure. Is it his most recent podcast? I can't remember what, which. Yeah, this is not what I'm looking for. Number 10? Number 10. James Madison, number 10. I wanted to put this in here for them. Hey, Energy Dominer. Number 10 is really important for. Okay. Look at the thumbnail. How do I even do that? I judge a video by its thumbnail. Why is my fucking piano not working? Are you live? There we go. Niedlerhoff. I have not. Victor Niedelhoff. I have so many tabs open right now. Fucking kill me, dude. What is going on? Oh, that's right, because I wanted to put this in there. Don't need you anymore. Don't need. I don't need you anymore. And then this is the Federalist Papers here. That's fine. Don't need you anymore because I already have that. I already know number 68. Don't need you anymore. This is the document. Okay. Sorry, I was just cleaning that up. Give me a headache. TV debate clash of the elders. I've seen this before. This is the girl defends the monarchy, right? And then Alex is like, "What the fuck is this, bro?" He's like, What do you mean?" They definitely did that on purpose. And when I mean they, I mean Alex. I'm going to be arguing on behalf of for the electoral college. Honestly, I could do either side, but I think the alternatives right now to the electoral college are not good. So I think the stronger argument would be to keep the electoral college, but adjust it. But the claim is something that you need to take note of. So the claim is replace it with national popular vote. Now that would be a fucking horrible idea. So the claim here is what I'm going to be arguing against. And electoral college, I'm going to be arguing for, mainly because of the fact that claim is fucking psychotic. Did you watch it? He definitely chose that on purpose. Fucking dork. Scoff. Yeah, he offended everyone. He was actually he was kind of mean. Hmm. I don't know, guys. This guy's Jewish. I can't. Cue the music. The Jews own the world. Oh my god, I'm dead. Paternal. I don't know how do you do that? Like stiffen the lip? Can't fucking do it. I don't know how to do it. Like smug. I don't know how to be smug. Obviously, I'm like incapable of being patronizing and I don't know what you're talking about. BA. Okay. Oh, he went to the University of Chicago. Fuck. Because it is funny. He wrote many articles about market inefficiencies. You were during August discussion, though? What does that mean? What does that mean? August discussion? It's October, buddy. Keep up. Keep up. You guys want to know something crazy? I didn't go to the gym this morning. I feel bad. That's not really an argument. That might be an argument. Is he against it? I thought he was an emotivist, kind of a moral relativist. Almost done. Right. No. You bet your ass I did. I wish I went to the gym today. Can you ride any vehicles to avoid blocking? Grand, does it look like I would ever want to do that? Fuck that, bro. Disneyland's so fucking crowded. It drives me fucking bonkers. We usually have to leave by like halfway through the day because I'm about to fucking kill someone. Where is it? My O button is broken. Here you go. This is what it looks like, Gran. Beep beep. Beep beep. Actually, it's probably in a tritone. Is this you, Gran? Dude, like, this is what it looks like when you walk down fucking Maine sometimes, bro. Oh my lord. Just, I am not a happy person when I have to go to this. The disregard people have for like etiquette, man. Oh my god, it makes me fucking so angry. Holy shit. Yeah, I cannot stand it, bro. I was gonna look up really fast for energydometer. What exactly this guy has written. Do I support the monarchy? No. He may very well be. Honestly, don't really care that much. I'm not. Does he actually say that himself? I kind of felt that he wouldn't try to say what political. Isn't he from the UK? So how can he be a Republican? He can't even vote. But he's from the UK. How does someone from the UK be a Republican? What? Grand. It's because money. Private market, baby. Isn't that your whole shtick for your whole? That's what it's gonna be, baby. Where does it say Republican? Hmm? Where do you see it? Did you just lie to me? Motherfucker? What? Oh my god. I was like, I don't really think Alex would say that. Plus, how does Piers Morgan say that? Piers Morgan is also British as fuck, bro. How could Piers Morgan be Republican? He's British as fuck. Get the fuck out of my country, dude. He does. I feel like Alex would. He doesn't like to talk about politics. I've noticed, but that might be a good thing for him. I'm not sure. I bet a lot of his followers have crossover between both, and in an effort not to alienate people. I don't know. Well, Grand, I don't because I know that Piers Morgan doesn't even believe in republicanism as well. So it's got to probably be the Republican Party. Like, what the fuck? That's because it's one of the more pertinent issues that he can take a stance on in the UK. But there's no monarchy in the US, so. Okay, so Victor Niederhofer. Victor Niederhofer. Is that a defense of monarchy? I would be careful with that one. Metaphysically, obviously, God is king, but anyone else who wants to be king underneath God is committing blasphemy, if I'm not mistaken. Might be. I I did notice a little bit of a surprise when I was reading his Wikipedia just now that I'll point out in a second. Where the fuck? There it is. When I was reading his Wikipedia, I noticed that he studied at University of Chicago, right? And then went on to do hedge fund managing and then wrote extensively about market inefficiencies. I'm just curious what that means. From the private perspective or from the public perspective? So that's why I'm looking this up. Curious. Did I spell that correctly? Oh my god. Oh my god, I did not spell that correctly. Help! The queen is dead, bro. Queen is dead. It's not unique, samurai. That used to be the dominant form of fucking government. Even in today's information economy, extremes in weather tend to coincide with violent moves in markets. That's because it's really hard to move shit around when extreme weather is happening. Kind of hard to like, steer ships through like hurricanes and shit. Everything is connected. Okay. I think this is just an obvious statement here. They obviously look unattractive whenever anything has violent volatility. Yeah? What is it, Samurai? What is it, little one? You're in the chat? What? Why do you think they're cool? Is uniquely cool? Why? Because they have an uncle who's a rapist? Or wait, fuck. What was his excuse again? The where is it? The sweat? No, the sweat. That's what it was. Sweat. The sweat bucket thing. I can't sweat.
July of this year, Epstein was arrested on charges of sex trafficking and abusing dozens of
This man is uniquely cool, Samurai,
underage
because he can't sweat.
girls. One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts,
Yeah.
has made allegations against you. She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you
No.
and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have a bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, and that was.
I know, I'm just fucking with you, Samurai.
Oh, actually, yes, I didn't sweat at the time.
Dude, him with the Harry Potter, bro.
Because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at, and I simply it was almost impossible for me to sweat. On that particular day that we now understand is the date, which is the 10th of March.
Anyways, uniquely cool, man. Just kidding. I think, are you trying to say that the monarchy has a lot of history to it? I mean, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, but the monarchy in and of itself is just like not good. I'm not a great believer in efficient markets. Speak for yourself, motherfucker. I trade strictly based on statistical anomalies. The analysis of multivariate time series. You know what that means? The analysis of multivariable differential equations. Like, why the fuck? Why would you write it like that? In the quantifications of persistent psychological biases, otherwise known as the vibes. The vibes, bro. I trade on statistical vibes. The National Enquirer. And I don't like to read books less than 100 years old. What the fuck am I reading? Does that mean I shouldn't read your book? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Buddy, don't give me advice like that, man. I may just have to remember it when I read your fucking book. Oh, it wouldn't? How would it dismiss the history? We abolished the UK in America and we still have not erased the history. Well, if you're an Indian, a Native American, maybe that's true. We did abolish them and erase their history. I mean, you could just dig in the sand 2,000 years later. I'm sure you'll find some of it. It's positive for the UK. And the years 1600, 1500 to like 1800, 1880. Yeah, probably what I would say. I have traded futures with a face value of more than $1 billion each month. Almost impossible to lose them. Sometimes in one day for my own account and for my clients. I have had some ups and many downs. Standard deviation from randomness? I must ask. Your average profit is statistically set to what? How many people are actually doing contracts like this? In that many. I mean, if you have 10 pieces of sample, okay, and you're 9 of the 10, you might set quite a different standard deviation. That's all I'm going to say. Anything controversial about? Sorry. You're fine. I was just being funny. If I did hold an open sesame to the markets, I wouldn't share it. Oh. Fuck. I have never met anyone interested in putting themselves at a disadvantage by sharing their secrets. What is this fucking like Mean Girls, bro? What the fuck am I reading? I don't know, man. What is the most outlandish thing? Bogos, are you in here? Bogos, I think, telling me that Ayn Rand was a mean girl. Have you ever listened to her talk? Again, she literally has main character syndrome. She's just like, I'm smart. That means I should get whatever I want. Fuck whoever I want. Because I'm the smart producer. You are a fucking nincompoop. Mean girl. Thank you. Piano is literally the go-to instrument for sure. Do I think that's an argument for the defense of monarchy? That's not a defense of monarchy, though. That's a defense of cool tourist attractions that get money. And that's not a political argument. That's kind of like a look here, horrible history. Come see the king who extracted trillions of dollars from those fucking Indians. Kapow. But they would have never gotten the steam engines. A monarchy? I'm not really sure. I'm not comfortable saying that like either would contribute to the economy. I mean, people contribute to the economy, so the king makes decisions in a monarchy, which would influence the economy. So I guess you can say contributing, but every political doctrine will contribute to the economy. Okay, so I want to know his opinion on markets. I can't show you how to make money. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Well, it looks like it's a lot of money that's not true, my friend. Called abolish the monarchy. Well, this sounds fucking loaded. What do you think? Loaded book title? EPUB? No. No. EPUB. Fuck. I fucking hate EPUB. We got to abolish the monarchy. Why am I making that noise? Hurry up. Give me the book. All right? I don't got all day. I wonder if there's just like a PDF in it. I don't even. Oh my. What the? Where did I just save it, bro? Fuck me. Come on. Samurai, it seems that this is not true. It seems that the monarchy doesn't actually bring in any revenue. That seems unlikely too, though, so I don't know, we'll see. Samurai, this argument is getting weaker by the second. It's on life support, Bray. Is this what the royal family claims right here? Let's see. Revenue. They become, wait for it, samurai. Wait for it. Wait for it. Fucking regular people, bro. Oh my shit. What are they gonna do? Get jobs? Be productive? I don't know. Stop acting like they're God? Again, kings are not really. I mean, the Old Testament's pretty cool with them, but like the New Testament, not so much. What is fuck celebrities? I don't care about celebrities. Fuck celebrities, bro. That's a line I never thought I'd read. Casually. The Malaysians like to stampede the market at 7 p.m. What in the flying fuck am I reading? What? It's a big deal for reasons I think are stupid, but nonetheless, it is true. Just remember that big deal does not imply quality. What is this line? Bro, Energy Dominator, are you still in here? Dude, what? Is this guy having psychosis right now? I must buy $400 million without anyone's knowing, or else I will turn the market. But I am all alone, and brokers will rush ahead to buy as soon as they know what I'm doing. So he got 2 phones. One for the stocks and one for the hoes. Oh my god. Bro, we're reading Victor Niederhofer, Harvard University economics man who does what did he say earlier? Statistical analysis over time series, right? But I think what he really does is do acid or something, bro, because he's calling Susan, his mouth is dry and his ulcers are violently painful. What is happening? What is happening? Is this story time of the old trader and the yen? Is this like him though? What is happening? Dude, now I see the douchebag circling. This is hilarious, dude. I need to go to the beginning of this. No. Is this gonna be bad? If I put dick line, is it gonna be okay?
My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized. The last place I wanted to be was Frostnipistan. My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized. The last place I wanted to be was Frostnipistan. I'd been trying some home remedies, including one recommended by a friend. She'd urged me to apply Elizabeth Arden cream.
So far, by the way, it does seem that he does. I mean, he did just mention that the moon will like interrupt trading, so anomalies seem to be quite a player. Is it? I've learned that around volatile announcements such as the employment figures, a market orders to buy will be filled at the high of the day. So he's figured patterns.
My mum used that on her lips. You want me to put that on my todger? It works, Harry. Trust me. I found a tube, and the minute I opened it, the smell transported me through time.
Am I allowed to play this?
I felt as if my mother was right there in the room. Then I took a smidge and applied it
What kind of Freudian shit was that?
down there.
What the fuck? What? Oh. I don't think 1929 is the worst crash of all, technically, if we go off scale, like percentage wise, but. Man, is he gonna stop telling stories? Thank you for following, by the way. I think you followed, right? Oh yeah. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the wonderful audiobook. It's gonna leave a lasting impression on my brain for the entire thank you for watching again. Hope you have a good night. And I hope your politics lecture is just as entertaining as I am not. Socialist key thinkers? Oh. The French guy? Probably the main one. What's his name again? The guy who invented socialism? Pierre? Probably be one of the main ones, right? I think Rousseau would be right up there for socialist thinkers. There's one American guy as well. Fuck, that's not what I wanted. Every time, bro. This keyboard is fucking me. Jean Pierre, I think is his name, or what is it? Jean Baptiste? What the fuck is his name? Is that the guy? It was like 1700. This is not him. Should be like a John Pierre motherfucker. Thomas More. It's not Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Is everyone just named Jean-Jacques in fucking 1700 France? What the fuck? Everyone's name is Jean-Jacques, dude. This may as all well just be Jean-Jacques, dude. Fucking. This is wrong. I don't see his name. Who am I debating? I don't know who I'm debating, but I am debating again on behalf of keeping the Electoral College. This is wrong. Oh, Saint Simon. There he is. Simone. Saint Simon. That's his name. Okay. Yeah, Saint Simon. Could not remember this guy. I answered it. Get that extension, my friend. Put it off until the end. I don't know who I'm debating, but I am debating. I'm going to be arguing on behalf of the Electoral College, so I'm going to be arguing in favor, concurring that we should keep the Electoral College in the U.S. 40. Correct. But that's not really an argument, right, Samurai? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm using the found like this is some of the material I'm gonna be giving to my team so we could argue on behalf of this, but simply appealing to the founding fathers is not enough. You kind of need to bring up their philosophy in a way. Like John Locke also mentions this in Second Treatise of Government. Here. Where he says things like, "'Tis not a change from the present state which perhaps corruption or decay has introduced that makes an inroad upon the government, but the tendency of it to injure or oppress the people and to set up one part or party with a distinction from and an equal subjection of the rest." Maybe a different word there, but whatever. So Congress initially, actually, you know, the they will, I guarantee you, Samurai, I will hear an argument from antiquity, right? We'll definitely hear some antiquity fallacy, right? Appeal to antiquity or appeal to tradition or something like that. And I mean, I'll be prepared for that. This is very important too. This is James Madison's essentially like main premise when he's talking about this. I mean, it's not important to know fallacies, actually, I think, because when you're debating something, Samurai, you don't want to actually talk about fallacies. I mean, I think it's helpful, just like, you know, learning music theory, but if you want to play music, but you can still play music without knowing music theory. Practice is what is king. So knowing what to do when you recognize a fallacy is more important than like noticing the fallacy, in my opinion. And you can do that through repetition. So for example, Samurai, why don't I just ask you right now? Why don't we just assume that we're having the argument and then I say, well, who cares what the founding fathers think? Why don't you tell me how that is something you can overcome? How would you do that? Instead of pointing it out. I think I already just told you actually a little bit, didn't I? Fuck. Huh? What the f is happening? Also, speaking of, what's wrong with his videos? What's going on here? Did Dan McClellan get canceled, bro? Not the McClellan. Bro. What is happening? Are we alive? Is my internet dead? Am I dead?
Does the Bible say life begins at first breath or at conception? Hey everybody, I'm Dan McClellan. I'm a scholar of the Bible and religion, and the main...
What is going on with YouTube right now? Is YouTube dead? Or do I need to close out my... Bruh. Just gonna reset, redo it, I guess. Holy shit, it's bright. My camera was fucking shining, bro. What was that about? Jesus. Huh. Samurai likes this guy. What the fuck is going on with YouTube, bro? Is my internet dying? Or is YouTube dying? I don't know what's happening. YouTube is dead. Help. I've fallen and I can't get up. Are you guys alive? Are we alive? What is happening? What is this box? What is the white box? I think my internet's dying. Oh, okay, okay.
So in Matthew,
What the fuck? What just happened?
I
What
got a
the fuck?
request recently to discuss the
Why is it white?
relationship between socialism, communism, and American
Wait, this is him? He made the video white?
progressivism. And I want
He used a white backdrop.
to answer this by reframing the question as, why won't socialism go away? After all, if you reject the rational and moral arguments for capitalism, which are
Holy fuck, bro. My first critique on this, okay, is that isms are not objective, and you need to be careful about dogmatism when it comes to isms. Clearly, capitalism is not objectively fucking, perfect. Why would we have homeless people then? Okay, so this guy's so insufferable because he's just like a dude he reminds me of someone who takes acid one time and just goes like, I know everything, bro. The universe has expanded to me.
objective fact.
It's like, shut the fuck up.
The economic argument is a no-brainer. So what the hell are these socialists thinking? Don't they
We have socialist policies in the U.S. as well as capitalist policies.
have
It's a mixed economy.
eyes?
So creating this like separation, is not possible. We don't have like a free market, 100% capitalist country.
But to answer this question, we got to go all the way back to 400 BC Greece, because it was ultimately Plato's metaphysics,
Okay.
epistemology, and ethics that justified collectivism and are still in
Excuse me? What?
influential to this day. Basically, it all started when Socrates went around questioning the
In the dialogues?
children of ancient Greece. Socrates could not determine if something was pious because it pleased the gods, or
Okay. Interesting.
if something pleased the gods because it was pious. In other
This is a weird take on an amalgamation of the Euthyphro dialogue.
words, where the hell do abstractions come from?
I think the Euthyphro dialogue is probably a better argument for this. Does God think that good is good because God is good? Or does God subscribe to a moral framework that says good is good? Or is good inherently good, separate from God? That's the abstraction.
This is what is called the problem of universals. And the legendary philosopher Plato sought to answer this question.
I think the dialogue doesn't have an answer. Like, that's the point.
Plato came along and was all like, well, you see, there are two realities. There's this reality here on Earth where everything is imperfect. Look at that banana over there, for instance. Today it's yellow and nice, but tomorrow it's going to be brown and rotten. Ugh, what garbage. But then there's this other reality.
I highly doubt if he's still quoting Plato, because he does sound like he's still mimicking what Plato would say. I don't know if this man knows, but bananas most definitely do not exist on that side of the planet. Am I mistaken? I don't know. Let's see. How about this? Where do bananas grow? South America and then, what, Southeast Asia? Yeah, safe to assume Plato never encountered a banana. I'm just gonna go off my gut with that one, man. At least get the right fruit.
The reality of universals, where everything is perfect, and we must have been there before we were born.
I don't think that's how he talks about this either. Aristotle expands upon this with his form ideas, how matter takes form, or like the universe is made of forms. And then Plato doesn't talk about it too much. His abstractions are pretty conceptually like lacking. They don't have a lot of thought behind it. They're more like dialogues. Aristotle's more of the one who like expanded upon.
Born because we all know what a perfect banana looks like. Nothing changes in the reality of universals, and we must have come to this garbage reality from the reality of universals when we were born. Anyway, this reality is just a reflection of the reality of universals into an empty space. It's like living in a dark cave, where men can only see shadows cast from a fire from within inside the cave. They don't know what the hell is going on, but the philosopher is the one that leaves the cave to explore reality. The reality of universals, where everything is bright and lit and perfect, where man can see himself for who he really is. But then the philosopher goes back into the cave to tell all of the idiots what's up. But when he goes back inside, his senses are all off because he was just in the reality of universals where everything was lit and now everything is dark. So he's stumbling around like an idiot, and he can't explain himself to these morons because he has little point of reference. So all of the dum-dums in the cave think the philosopher is crazy. Sound familiar? So to sum things up, Plato believed that there were two.
What is this fucking guy saying? What is happening? I was listening and then what is happening?
Realities. That knowledge is innate and that
I'm just gonna grab my fucking one sec. Man, I gave someone my Plato dialogue book. I probably should end up getting more Plato. I have Republic, but I don't think that's relative for this. Hey, Timothy, how you doing? And I don't know what the fuck this guy is talking about. What in the fuck is he doing? The topic is libertarian at large, fantasy land dude who has raging boner whenever he hears the word capitalism, which is fine. I mean, to each their own. I think fucking up Plato's idea of form.
We only get a distorted version of reality through our senses.
That's more accurate.
Of this corrupt reality. Knowledge is only possible by exploring the reality of universals, the universals being the real world. Men should strive to seek knowledge by exploring the reality of universals. Plato also had a disdain for this reality here on Earth.
Is that true? I wonder what book he's drawing from. Can't remember. I'm not smart enough for this. Yes, you are. Everyone's smart enough. Everyone has the capability of learning philosophy. In fact, philosophy is what happens in your head already. Philosophy is just the way to communicate it. So most people already think about these things. It's just hard to communicate them. And the study of philosophy is just the study of how to do that in a very nice and convenient way. Okay? You're definitely smart enough. Now, where in the fuck is he getting this from? Like, I can't just type in, did Plato hate the earth? But like, there's a lot of books by him, so history. What kind of history? I feel like he's probably from the dialogues, right? And I don't remember any of that in the dialogues. He already fucked up the Euthyphro, so I don't know. Source?
He thought that people were dumb and incapable of learning. Additionally, Plato believed that
in Ulysses Grant, okay. So antebellum period reconstruction. Yeah.
Since reason meant abstaining from emotion, and since avoiding emotions is impossible, that essentially it.
Huh?
Plato believed that since reason meant abstaining from emotion, and since avoiding.
That is not what reason means. Is that? I don't think Plato thinks that
Emotions is impossible. That essentially it's impossible for man to be completely reasonable. As a
You mean rational?
result of this, Plato's ethics.
Oh, sorry, 20th. Yeah, 20th. Well, Ulysses S. Grant is the 19th century, right?
Had a disdain for indulgences like feasting, sex, drugs, and for man to be completely reasonable. As a result of this, Plato's ethics had a disdain for indulgences like feasting.
Grant was a pretty complicated individual,
sex,
that's for sure.
Drugs.
He, if I'm not mistaken, he was pretty split on his feelings when it came to the Civil War, right? No? I thought he empathized with the other side.
And wealth creation, for it corrupts the soul and makes man miserable. Our mind and soul are corrupt.
Later in his life, not so much. When was he president again? Later, afterwards, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, he, early on in the Reconstruction era, right? And then at the end of the Reconstruction era, he kind of probably got a little sour then, right? He's typically dismissed as weak and ineffective. Interesting. Who the fuck is the Miller Center? Who are you owned by, bro? about. Yeah. That I didn't know. The corruption part. I mean, he was tasked with kind of a hard problem, right? This is why I thought that his feelings were a little bit mixed, because I mean, look, let's be honest here though, right? Like, I think America, even though the North fought the South on behalf of the topic of slavery, the North didn't like black people either, so that's not really that far out of the realm of possibility.
Corrupted by the fact that they
It's not like the North was just like, come here, black people. You know
are
what I
in
mean?
contact with our corrupt physical bodies in this
They definitely weren't there with open arms, you know?
imperfect world. Things
I think even Lincoln was more interested in like preserving the Union than he was in like really helping black people.
like happiness and money and pleasure further corrupt the mind.
Money?
This Plato's mind and
Wait.
soul are corrupted by the fact that they are in contact with our corrupt physical bodies in this imperfect
Yeah, no, I don't
world.
think Plato ever says
Things
this. Can I get a source, my man? Can I get a source? No. Is this his source? No. 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 Absolutely not. Dude, should I take one of these courses? Should I become an Ayn Rand fucking genius? Advanced writing workshop? Easy. Philosophy of math? Let's go, dude. View. Start course. Oh my god, Harry Binswanger. He's the instructor? This fucking loser is the...
ethics headed
This fucking dude? Oh my god, bro. This guy is the instructor in my class right now? Harry fucking Binswanger?
Social institution in a culture.
Dude, this fucking dude? This guy?
This, the acoustics, we have some trouble hearing you over here. But I heard a couple of things that I will respond to. Colonialism
This dude?
is the best thing that ever happened to the colonies. We view the colonialization of India and the rest of the world by England primarily,
The Arabs have no right to that oil.
and then later by other countries, including ourselves, as the extending of wealth and civilization to backward regions.
Fucking barbarians, bro.
All the interactions, in essence, I mean, I can't say that, every
You fucking barbarians.
single one of them, but the essence, the
No, every one of them, Harry. Come on.
thrust of those interactions was free trade, voluntary employment for people who were otherwise starved. As one other aside concrete from this, the Arabs have no right to that oil. The same principle. Oil under the feet of people who don't know what property is, who don't have a civilized society, who are no...
Yeah. Harry Binswanger, guys. What a fucking brilliant man. Where the fuck did he say that? Or where did I say that? Evil policies? Or politics? Where did you hear that? Do I need to replay this for you, Grant? What in the ever-loving fuck are you pulling out of your fucking hat right now? Because it isn't a bunny, bro. It is like fucking razor blades. What are we talking about?
nomads or dictatorships is not the property of their little king. It is the property of any body who comes in and produces it.
I bet this dude would literally be like, no, not that way. If like someone else came to his place and was like, hey, you don't know how to make this renewable energy resource, so it's fucking mine now. He'd probably be the first fucking, no, my property.
And it was the American and Western oil companies that produced.
Stop. Fucking stupid bitch, bro. This dude literally is born into fucking millions of dollars, okay? He's got the stupidest fucking tie on the planet. He's a fucking idiot.
Produced that oil. They even went and made contracts with those little petty dictators.
The petty.
Even though, they morally had no claim to that oil. And
which is weird because I think the country he's talking about, by the way, maybe he's talking about Saddam. Because at the moment, Saddam in 1986 was he was brutal. I mean, he did gas Kuwait in the 80s, but he says Arabs. He must be talking about a lot of countries there. Like Kuwait is involved in that. Kuwait has a king, but does work with the entire Western world at this point. In fact, was gassed by Iraq. So geopolitically, I feel like he's also fucking lacking.
And the same principle goes to any other natural resources. Natural resources belong to those people who make use of them. And there was the civilized countries that took things that were just junk and garbage to the rest of the world.
I mean, what a weird way to look at the world. Imagine if people became natural resources. I mean, they could be. What if I knew how to use natural resources like people? I mean, are you just my property now? Like,
and paid them for them. The transfer of wealth was both ways and much more to the benefit of the backward people, as sheer common sense would tell you.
Backward people. Yeah, got it. Anyways, that's my instructor. Is he going to teach me math? Let's go, dude. Start it. Let's go. I am all over the place right now, but I did not expect Harry Binswanger to be teaching me math right now, so I'm excited. Class 1. What do we got? I thought I was going to learn math. How come it waits that long to tell me? Why does it wait so long, bro? To tell me that I can't take the class and it's restricted. Is there a class that's free? Free? I don't know, Gran. I'm scared. Should I be scared? Should I be scared? How does ARU and then beginner, intermediate, advanced? What the fuck is ARU mean here? Is that all courses or what? It's all courses. Got it. Okay. It hasn't changed. The website doesn't even work. Okay. Grand, this is what efficiency looks like. You know that? This is what efficiency looks like, okay? Never forget. You want your Ayn Rand style fucking... This is what you get, Grand. What the fuck is this? Alright, Grand, you want fucking nothing to work? Make it an Ayn Rand website, bro. What the fuck? This is bullshit. Where did you get this, Graham? Also, maybe he's right. This woman's going to have killer back muscles, dude. That's all I'm going to say. One of them's going to be ripped. So I guess it is a little bit of an interchange.
Things like happiness and money and pleasure further corrupt
Harry Binswanger, everyone. Oh, I probably should have showed you what happened after that, because Christopher Hitchens does like, it's sort of like the Hitch slap was born. He makes him fucking look so fucking
the
retarded.
mind,
It's awesome.
which should ultimately strive toward knowledge, meaning exploring the world of universals, which ultimately means death. Plato's ethics are pro-death. As a result, we get Plato's philosophy of politics, which, long story short,
Holy straw man. What? What?
Plato believed that because people were too dumb and too corrupt and too
Yeah, I must have missed that in his writing. The glaring moment where Plato went, people are too dumb and too
irresponsible to be left alone, that they need
Do we think that he's giving us a very genuine depiction of his writing, or do we think that this man is injecting a lot of his vibes and fifis?
philosopher kings to rule over them and tell them
No, he didn't. There's an entire fucking book by Plato called Republic in which he criticizes that very idea. Wait, what?
that dumb and too corrupt and too irresponsible to be left alone, that they need philosopher kings to rule over them and tell them how to live using a legion of soldiers.
Energy, are you still in here? Yeah, she's got sick back muscles. I cannot begin to describe how fucking stupid that fucking statement was. I literally have no words. This man needs to start from square one. You know, be a baby again. Learn every word. Redo it, okay? Like, Plato has a literal book called Republic. It's probably one of his most infamous books. Not infamous, but famous books. About where he describes in detail how this doesn't work. That, like, philosopher kings ruling over an entire society. He goes into detail about how that is not possible and it doesn't lead to good outcomes. He critiques it in this book. My infamous city. I don't get it, dude. Like, I have this book, but I'll just download it. How is that fucking possible? What is it, Samurai? The chat? I don't think he's the one who proposed that idea. Virtue ethics was something that didn't get expanded on until Aristotle in Nicomachean Ethics, right? I mean, obviously Plato talks about virtue, but it doesn't really get expanded into a real fleshed out idea until Aristotle kind of continues it in a really good way. Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics is fucking tantamount. Everyone should read that book. But I mean, the Republic, okay? I don't get how this man just said this. What the fuck is that Japanese? I mean, he just said that Plato thinks this.
Too irresponsible to be left alone. As a result, we get Plato's philosophy of
Plato's philosophy of politics.
Which, long story short, Plato believed that because people were too dumb,
that people are too stupid, too dumb, or whatever, that they need philosopher kings to lead them.
And too corrupt and too irresponsible to be left alone, that they need philosopher kings to rule over them.
Like, I don't know how to begin to say how stupid that is. Like, tell me you've never read Plato, The Republic, without telling me you've never read Plato, The Republic. Because he says the exact opposite in this book. He like theorizes about this and then describes the pitfalls. Well, you won't get banned here for saying that, but I will tell you. Okay, I mean, I have to do this right now. Why did you say Hamas and not Palestine or Gazans or Palestinians? Why are you making the difference between Palestinians and Hamas? What's the reason for that? Aren't they the same thing? Hack it. There it is. This is fine. We'll just use this one. He proposed it in the book, The Republic, and he critiques it, bro. The book critiques that idea. In fact, the book is a kind of like a warning to the idea that you can just have people who sit in ivory towers and think all day run a country. It's like so if they're not fighting Palestinians, why are they killing Palestinians? And is Hamas a good enough reason to then just indiscriminately kill people who are not a part of Hamas? Shouldn't Israel be more careful? Shouldn't they? Don't they have a heightened responsibility not to kill people who are not represented by Hamas, even if technically Hamas is controlling them like a terrorist organization would? Would you agree to that? Why does it say Hajun Cheng? Well, that doesn't mean you get to just blow up fucking and kill indiscriminately, right? It's just a consequentialist fucking argument here. Are people just like means to an end? I only bring this up because I had this conversation a lot. He does. But Samurai, in this book, he critiques them, and he explicitly says that philosopher king type government will not work. He's like pretty scathing in his critique of it. He thinks it's not realistic. He thinks it's not pragmatic.
And tell them how to live using a legion of soldiers. According to Leonard Peikoff, Plato's book, The Laws, was essentially a blueprint for every dictatorship since ancient Greece, from medieval theocracies to communism.
Wait a minute. I'm thinking of a different book. One much further in time.
To Nazi Germany. And anyone that wants to learn more about the history of philosophy can...
Timothy, I'm going to ask you another question, okay? Is that okay? And by the way, we're just going to read Republic ourselves after this so I can show you how fucking retarded this guy is. Because the depiction of a state bound by harmony and ruled by philosopher kings is not the end of the book. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
And check
Not
out
all sunshine and
the
rainbows.
links down below. But put aside Plato's policy
No, it sounds like what he did was just listen to this guy, Leonard Peacock,
using a
and then went like this. Amazon, the Republic, looked at the literal fucking synopsis here and went, what do you mean? Plato arrives at a depiction of a state bound by harmony and ruled by philosopher kings? What a stupid idea. Please, Mr.
legion of soldiers. According to Leonard Peacock,
Leonard Peacock, tell me what I need to know.
Plato's
Instead of going and reading his fucking book where he actually says philosopher kings, I don't know.
book, The Laws, was essentially a blueprint to learn more accuracy about the history.
I guess the Leonard Peacocks of the world Timothy, my question though. My question was if let's see, which one should I use? I use the Taliban one a lot, but hey, Mr. Jack Black. Kind of tired of using that one though. Do you remember what year ISIS was probably, or do you remember what city ISIS took over in Egypt, and why Egypt became extremely anti-radical Islam in a short amount of time? But do you remember what city ISIS took over? Well, in 2014, I want to say, or 2016, they essentially, ISIS was a growing movement, right? And in Egypt, Sinai had a ISIS takeover. Okay? So, where the fuck was it? Right off the Sinai Peninsula. They took over a city in particular, so Sinai. And that's okay. I guess it was 2011. Wow, that was way, I thought it was way later. Was it? Oh, wait, no. It was 2014. Yeah, it was 2014. It almost happened twice. So ISIS took over a section of Sinai, essentially, right? And they became like an insurgency that just governed the area because they took away a capital from Egypt, right? When Egypt went into the city, they sieged the city, okay? And this is, a lot of it's actually on YouTube, now I think about it. This happened in like Mosul as well, but same, bro. Welcome, have a seat. Welcome to the bad takes area, where I try and defend Israel, but at the same time say they've committed a genocide, and then look at yourself in the mirror and try to understand how fucking stupid you sound. Grab a seat. Ugh. Israel is making it harder every day for me to defend them, though. That's for fucking sure. Fucking just quit fucking killing people. Monarchy? Are you Mr. Samurai? Monarchy is the best political thing ever. No. So, the capital of Sinai was taken over by ISIS, okay? When Egypt went in to try and remove, of course Hamas is to blame. I mean, they are a terrorist organization, but if you're, we'll see, you're not the one who said you're 19. So, do you know at least what year Hamas took over Gaza? Most people know that one. It's like 2000. Close enough. Do you remember what governing body? 2006, I think. Do you remember what governing body was in control of Gaza before Hamas took over? No. Israel still controls the outside, but no, Israel was not the governing body. The Palestinian Liberation Organization. It's a very old conflict, so a lot of books on that one. There's a lot of perspectives. There's no right answers, but what I do want to point out is Hamas killed Palestinians when they took over Gaza. They murdered the PLO in the streets when they were fleeing the country when Hamas took over. And Hamas is a terrorist organization that kills Palestinians. So there's not really much that the Palestinians and Gazans can do if they did disagree with Hamas. So Hamas is to blame, but like, I want to point out the fact that there is a reason that everyone, including people like Douglas Murray even, like if I go look up Douglas Murray right now, okay, and when he like is asking people to condemn Hamas and blah blah, right? Okay. Hamas is a terrorist organization. We've already justified that. I've already said that is correct, yeah. Even Douglas Murray is fucking this up. Look at this title. Hamas sacrifices Gaza's civilians. So, why are we making this demarcation if, when Israel invades Gaza, we say Israel or Israeli forces or Israel is invading Gaza, right? But for some reason, there's this like demarcation. Well, Israel wants to make sure that they can eradicate Hamas. I mean, the problem with letting food trucks in or just like random letting lines and lines and lines is that there could be weapons in them. I mean, the food has to get in there quick or else it'll perish. I mean, they're probably not set up properly. I mean, it's a military force on the outskirts, right? So I highly doubt they're going to be super efficient at like looking through food products. It's just there's a lot of intangibles that Israel probably just doesn't want to deal with. So they just block it, right? Because that's how weapons usually get into Gaza anyway. I mean, through the Egyptian border or the Jordan border. Jordan border is a little bit harder. That'll go into West Bank, obviously, but there's still ways for it to get across. Just if you were a military that was doing an embargo and you had to maintain the safety of your Israeli forces next to you, letting in food trucks is going to be very time consuming, especially when it's like 1.8 million people crammed into what? Like how fucking big is that? I just measure it real fast. It's not a lot of space, so it's just a total clusterfuck. In the Rafah area around here, I want to say the camps were closer over here for a bit. Like here. I mean, I'll just measure all of Gaza for you, okay? Because the north side needs to be evacuated. So we're talking like this whole area. That's 11 kilometers, man. That is fucking retarded. I mean, it's a military force though, right? Like, look, do you expect a military force like the IDF, okay? Let's just look at some photos of what they look like, yeah? We have, what are kilometers? I'll do it in miles. $17 square is the perimeter of this. And then if I made this a little bit, 13.73 square miles. There are literally plots of land in Nebraska that are worth 2 pennies because it's Nebraska, bigger than this. I mean, the IDF forces, they're like a military blockade, right? You think these dudes are going to be able to efficiently go through food trucks to find, weapons and shit? These dudes are trained to kill people. It's just they're trained to do something else. Oh, thank you. I mean, I do defend Israel. Like, I think Israel is still a country that can come back from this. But if you want to know my real opinion on this, I think Israel needs to hold Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Yoav Gallant, and the current defense minister accountable, because I don't think you can just kill innocent civilians who are under two regimes. Hamas kills Gazans if they dissent, and then Israel has controlled Gaza by here. We'll just do it through Google Earth. So before this war happened, okay, or this conflict, I guess you could say. I don't really think it's a real war. It's not like anyone ever thought that like Hamas was gonna do a fight. So when I get asked this question, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have one because I don't need one. So what I mean by that is I don't need to have a solution to know what is bad in this circumstance. That's not for me to actually have. So when I say that Netanyahu needs to be charged with war crimes, that's because of his actions. So whatever solution he has, or what people think they might have, I don't really give a fuck. Because if you want to be someone who has conviction in your morals, then at least the way I think of it, I don't think you can use people as an end, as a means to an end. Maybe a little bit Kantian there with my philosophy. I think the moment you start believing that you could use innocent civilians as a means to an end, you have corrupted those morals. And I can make a moral judgment or cast a moral judgment in this circumstance without needing a solution. I don't really think there is one anymore. The moment Hamas was able to build bulldozers out of the fucking sand, on Israel without Israel noticing, how the fuck did that happen, by the way? Netanyahu, he's just literally building fucking caterpillar fucking things outside but the moment Hamas came in and invaded and did the terrorist attack, I mean, everyone knew what was going to happen. And I still don't need an answer for it. I really don't. There's no way there'll be a two-state solution now. I still don't know what's going to happen to the people here because, I mean, Egypt still doesn't want them, right? Like Egypt still definitely doesn't want them. It's not really land that is usable here anyway. So Egypt already had an insurgency problem like we just looked at, right? Okay. Let the Christians take control for a bit, like 10 years? Who do you think, do you think Gaza had control over Gaza? Here. This may sound a little like I'm maybe using a talking point that people say a lot, but like, we could do another syllogism, and try and get some baseline facts here, okay? So, since Hamas took over in Gaza in 2007, 2006, do you know who has had control over the water in Gaza? And if so, I just want to make sure we can agree on these things first. The Jews. Fucking Israel. Israel had control over the water. So we can agree on that. Do you know who had control over the ports? As in the sea. Same. Israel had control. Do you know who had control over the... This one's probably obvious, but the air in Gaza. Do you know who had control over imports and exports? And just so we know, Rafah, the border crossing here, was manned by Israel and Egypt in a joint fashion because Egypt is very scared of radical extremists because Sinai, which is here, was taken over by ISIS fighters. So Egypt doesn't fuck around with that anymore. They do not fuck around with that anymore. So imports and exports, do you know who controls that? Because these people are easily radicalized. Also, Jordan is next to a different Palestinian group. That would be the West Bank. Now, it is kind of interesting to think that how come West Bank does not have a Hamas in it? How come the West Bank still has the PLO as their governing body? Can we think of why? I mean, they still are in control of the West Bank. Yeah, I mean, Palestinians that come in from Gaza are easily radicalized. I don't even want to begin to know exactly how little they have to live for after these few questions clearly fucking kind of show, right? I mean, Gaza is easily radicalized, and the reason that Hamas was even able to, Iran can essentially funnel weapons here and find the youngest people on the planet to fucking commit terror attacks is because everyone in Gaza has nothing to live for. There's no hope of like a family, really. There's no hope of like job creation. There's no hope of anything. I mean, to me, I also think I'll ask a few more questions and I'll ask the final one, okay? Do you know who controls the food imports into Gaza? Maybe, I'm not sure. Israel. So what I want to ask you is like, who actually is controlling Gaza then? Israel pulled out their troops when Hamas took over. Gaza looked pretty bad still. That's what all that I was showing you was before the war. I specifically decided to bound it with stuff that was before the war. Okay. So. I mean, all of this is before the war. 96% of the water even is unsanitary, is unfit for human consumption because of how much sewage is in it. I mean, guess who else controls the sewage, by the way? The construction in Gaza is also controlled by Israel in a way. They only let in a certain amount of material. Clearly, they let in too much, though, because Hamas was able to figure out how to build reinforced fucking tunnels with it. But like what happened in 2007 is Israel just pulled out their troops, but they maintained everything else. I don't know if you can say 96% of the water in the whole Indian fucking continent is unfit for consumption. And Israel sells the water. Jesus. Holy fuck, I didn't know that. Yeah. Do you know the average age of the Gazan before the war? See if I can find it again. It was a long time ago that I fucking did this. I have, it's about, I think, a little above 50% was under 18, I want to say. That's a little too young. 13 to 16 was a little too young. But for that many people, I mean, we're talking about extremely young population, right? Like, if we look up fucking Israel average age, 29.2. About 18. Yeah. The median age. So yeah, I was close. 18 is young. Imagine half the people around you right now if you just were to supplant them. Every single person you saw. Let's just transpose this and then be like, yeah, this is going to work out. Like, I don't know about that, Chief. People age 65 made up less than 3% of the population. That is insane. So the median age in the United States is 38. Holy fuck. Well, the point I'm trying to point out here, okay, is Gaza didn't really have control over the country. That's because they have no education. They have, again, nothing to live for besides fucking, probably. It's at least something that's they got. I don't know. Can't take that away from them. God, I have horrible jokes. What's wrong with me? I mean, what I do want to add, this my final question, the whole point of this again was to ask you who is in real control of Gaza. Oh, forever, man. Hey. Since like the 90s, probably. And even before that, I mean, here and there, but I want to say the PLO had clashes with settlements like fucking way earlier than even the 90s. When Israel took over Gaza, I want to say 1970 something, I want to say. No, it was 1967. It was the Yom Kippur War. I couldn't remember if it was a little bit after the Yom Kippur War, but no, it was right after the Yom Kippur War. Yeah, right after Yom Kippur. So around 67. But I'm pretty sure most of the fighting early 90s and then 2005ish when they pushed out the PLO. The PLO was trying to do more of a, I mean, back then some people in them were more radicalized, but Hamas essentially took over power from the PLO, right? So, and Hamas was an even more radical version of some people who wanted that to exist in Gaza because again they have nothing to live for. So, but the final question, okay? Do you know who was Prime Minister of the U.S. or sorry of Israel? Sorry, my brain's fucking retarded right now. Of Israel from the years 2009 to 2021. I meant Israel, sorry. Fucking, I don't know what the hell I was doing there. It was Benjamin Netanyahu. He was also prime minister in 98. And then from 98 until 2009, he was an integral piece in the defense ministry. So, you're okay. I just think that like Netanyahu doesn't just get to abdicate himself from like, any responsibility for all the damage he's done. Like, I swear to God, the amount of anti-Semitism I have to fucking deal with on a daily basis now because Israel under his watch is participating in a genocide. It's just like yeah, but that's not relevant to that's like kind of a dismissive argument. No, I'm not Jewish. I'm atheist agnostic. But I absolutely notice it. Fucking the people in the back, right? The fucking psychotic annoying motherfuckers. Like fucking Nick Fuentes, doing this shit. He's just like, look, I told you it's always been the Jews. And you're just like, oh my fucking God, it's infecting everyone, bro. What do you mean, huh? You don't know what I'm talking about? The anti-Israel fucking sentiment in the US right now is insane. And it's because anti-Semitism has always existed towards the Christ killers. Keep that in mind. But the average conservative in America is being pulled into this fucking black hole. I mean, it's technically like most definitely not true because I mean, Islam didn't come around until what, 680, 679 AD, so we're about 500 years apart. And then the Onion, I don't know if you know this, but Islam won. Ashkenazi Jews are people who had to leave the area to go towards Poland because Muhammad fucking conquered everything there, so. Jewish is more than just an ethno identity. It's not, you can't just make them both like that, Grant. What are you talking about? You can convert to Judaism and not be ethnically Jewish. You don't have to be both. I think we've already had this discussion, right? I mean, Muhammad won. Muhammad kicked the Jews out. And then, I mean, actually, they've moved more around like 1100, I want to say, the second Islamic Golden Age in the Abbasid Caliphate. But let's see, what years? did Jews immigrate to Poland? I want to say it was like 1110 or something like that, or maybe a little bit later. Jews began immigrating to Poland as early as the 10th century, 1098. That wasn't that far off. 1102. It was like 1100s. So Islam kind of won, and Ashkenazi Jews are just people who migrated to Poland in the years like in the 10th century, pretty much, in the 11th century. So the first large-scale immigration was 1098. What doesn't make sense? I mean, it's very common to think this. No, it doesn't, Grant. No, it does not. He asked me if I was Jewish, and there really is no way to know if he's asking me ethnically or if he's asking me religiously, unless he tells me. You can't just assume that someone's asking, do I look ethnically Jewish? I do have a big nose, Graham. Are you fucking trying to tell me something? The fuck? When did I say I was a victim of anti-Semitism? What? Like, because I have to deal with so much of it? I'm not the victim. I'm the one who just has to fucking exist in the fucking, paracopia of like the retardation because of motherfuckers like this.
They hate. I mean, especially in Israel, they spit on Christians. They vandalize churches.
Yeah.
It's very.
Yeah, like that could mean religious. That's probably religious is what you meant, right, Mr. Jack? I am not the target. I am Hitler's dream child. You already know this, okay, Gran? I am Hitler's dream child, okay?
Very common.
They made him wear the little hat. What do you call that?
Yarmulke.
Yarmulke. Is that what's called? Yarmulke?
Like, you love Nick? Okay, this guy is a fucking retard, though. I need to break that out of you, dude. No. In between all of the psychotic shit he says about Jewish people, this is where he comes from.
Kabbalah and the Talmud. It says that their lives are worth more than ours.
I know, and he's unfortunately getting very popular because he's someone in the background who's always been like, look, I told you. It's always been the Jews. Yeah, he goes extreme anti-Semite. He's not just an anti-Zionist. Like, listen to what he says.
It says that the penalty.
That's what their Bible says.
That's right.
Their Bible.
The Talmud. If you go into their holy book, the Talmud is.
Nick is a Catholic, yeah. Oh, it is. I see. Okay. I need a fucking. Dark mode. Nick is a Catholic. And you want to know how I know? Because he doesn't know who William of Orange is. He thinks that William of Orange invaded Britain. Okay? In like, what year did that happen again? 1870? The last successful land invasion when the Catholic dynasty from James II and James VII was at risk. So like William of Orange sent a letter that he was going to invade. And Nick Fuentes is like, he brought the fucking Jews with him. And I'm like, how in the fuck are you? I bet you could open up the Wikipedia page for the Glorious Revolution and that fucking invasion and William of Orange and never even find the word Jew. Okay. That's how ridiculous this fucking loser is. Where is it? He's so fucking annoying. Where is it? He's Catholic. No, he's Catholic. I'm going to show you a video right now of him being very angry at someone where he says that it started with Rome and he says the wrong dates. He's fucking retarded. He doesn't, no. And he doesn't care. I mean, the guy says the Talmud is the Jewish Bible, so. No, some writers in the New Testament. So, some writers in the New Testament are very pro-Jewish. Matthew is extremely pro-Jewish. And then we have some writers who are not. John the Baptist at the end for Revelation didn't really like Jews that much. So that book canonized because it was meant to create a distinct demarcation between Jews and Christians. So there are some verses or books in the New Testament who are like, you know, you got to fucking do Jewish law still. And then there are like Galatians where Paul is like, nah, we don't got to do Jewish stuff anymore. So it depends on who's writing. It's not univocal on this front. Oh my God, where the fuck is it, bro? I bet I can just find it here. Yeah, here it is. This one?
Christians as different. If we actively think and behave as Christians,
This is it. This is it.
we're on the right track. And going to heaven.
I'll finish it today. I'm sorry. It's not anti-Jewish, but it does say synagogues of Satan, right? I mean, getting fucking distracted. God damn it, Samurai. I'm like the fucking dog in the movie Up, bro. Like this is fucking me right now.
Christians as different.
You know? Energydometer. You just have to remember that this is me.
Hi there.
Did that dog just say hi there?
Oh, yes.
Bruh!
My name is Doug. I have just met you, and I love you. My master made me his collar.
Squirrel.
He is a good and smart master, and he made me this collar so that I may talk. Squirrel!
That's me, okay? So just bear with me. I'm trying. I am trying, okay? We'll use the NIV, yeah. To the Church of Smyrna. This is interpreted by a lot of Christians to mean that Jewish places of worship are like the devil. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Moving on. Where's that fucking video? Kirk Wilcox one. I hope you like my commentary on Kirk Wilcox, by the way, because I'm spending a lot of time on it. Okay, like he's fantastic, man.
History.
And I do have the Republic up, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, so that's right. Fucking Christ. Oh, well, I'm not okay, Samurai, I know what you're saying. I'll clarify. I'm saying something that anti-Semites use. And then it is meant to be somewhat of a anti-Jewish slant in that book. That is a fact. It's not anti-Jewish, but it is trying to separate Christianity from Judaism, which was still around the time of Revelation being written. Let's see. Depends on what year it was. 130? So Christianity was definitely a thing then, but it still was like not canonized, right? It's like, and it's not like people had this fucking thing and in the year 130, right? So when people wanted to, or were like thinking about Christian thought, right? They didn't have this fucking thing to be like, what does John say in John 5? Like, that's not what happened. So there were still people around then who needed, it was mostly oral, and the revelation of John is meant to be something that demarcates Christianity and Judaism in a way. So, I don't know, let's look at the consensus, I guess. Chilton's theology, to be blunt, was horrifically anti-Semitic, which in part led him to interpreting the revelation of John. So someone else, Chilton, I guess, who interpreted it differently. I am an agnostic. I'm an atheist, yeah. Look, man, I didn't say that I make sense, okay? Right? That is not something I can answer, all right? I read the Bible a lot, even though I'm an atheist. I don't know, I find it interesting. Later, Samurai. I say agnostic and atheist because why do I read it? Because I want to know things, and metaphysical ideas like what religion tries to answer are the same as what they are in like other metaphysical philosophical works. So I think that to try and get closer to understanding something, you probably want to make sure that you read as much as you can that interests you without making you want to kill yourself. I don't know. I think the Bible is in some ways really like poetic, right? So I feel like a lot of people have an extremely bad dichotomy of how they look at things. And you know, I don't need to like sit here and say how like in Kings, second book of Kings, like God sends like 2 bears to maul 40 children because they made fun of a priest for being bald, right? Like I don't take the Bible literally, but literarily there are moments where you kind of think to yourself that it actually has a lot of humanity, like it has a lot of humanity in it. So, and the bad bits are part of humanity too. So to me, I think the Bible is very humanistic. I think it's like a story of an ancient time in history that tries to make sense of metaphysical questions. And it doesn't satisfy me on those questions, but nonetheless, I still read it. I think that's probably the best answer I can give, right? Like Ecclesiastes is probably one of my favorite books. I disagree with that. I think, well, I like partly disagree with that. And that's because I think I meet a lot of Christians who say they do take it literally. No, I don't. It's not impossible to be an agnostic and atheist. And the reason, you know, so like in Latin, do you know what the prefix a means? Like if you do a in front of something, like ahistorical, right? What does the a mean in Latin as a prefix? Enoch is a good read. It means lack of, without, right? So in Latin, it's going to be, wow, it won't even. Well, that's the thing. They think they do, though. They will say that they take it literally, when in reality, they're just renegotiating what they want. They read in what they want out, right? But I think in my day to day, I find many people who do not want to be put in that category. They want the other one. They want the the signaling, the fucking stature of being someone who like believes in it wholeheartedly, right? It's more of a social signal than anything else. So A means without, right? So what does Gnostic mean? Or actually, I'd say I asked too many questions. I'll just make it easier. Gnostic means knowledge. And then theism means a belief in God, right? I'm taking these definitions extremely literally right now. I know that there's like a whole baggage of connotation, but just bear with me because I'd rather just denote them as simple as I can. You have to remember that like women also died. People die by the age of like 22 when the Bible was written, so it was really much more common to try and have children as young as possible. I think the average woman needed to have 5 children to like keep up with demand in terms of like food and like that, or like what they needed for labor. So the pedo stuff is like, there's definitely child concubines too, but women were property, so it's not really that big of a deal. It doesn't really condone it, but it doesn't really talk about it either. When the Bible was written, I mean, there's no way to know for sure, Graham, but I don't know. Life expectancy. Most children or most people died when they were children, so that really much brings the average down, Graham. That's why. So most people died by the like in their younger years. So if like a kid dies when they're like 2 or 3, it really fucking hurts the average, right? But energy, did you answer the question? I didn't give you a question. Gnostic means knowledge. Theism means to believe in God. So if you are an agnostic, that means you are without knowledge. That means you lack knowledge. And then atheism means that you lack or are without a belief in God. So both of those two things are not like mutually exclusive. They're completely compatible. It's just you don't know and you lack the belief in God. They're completely compatible. Exodus 21:2. That's going to be like a law concerning violence, right? Isn't that laws concerning violence? Law concerning slaves, yeah. And then you said 11, right? Oh, it's right before laws concerning violence. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really explicitly say like pedo, but obviously Levitical law as it relates to slavery is especially not good. I mean, but if you're like me, you don't actually have to take the Bible literally there, but I mean, they could be young concubines. In this passage here, it is specifically talking about you like in relation to your own daughter. So
of philosophy can check out
as an example of like pedo stuff, that's not an example of that. It is kind of horrific still, though. It's pretty hard to justify the law concerning
the
slaves.
list down below. But put
It's much easier if you just don't attempt to, I
aside
think.
Plato's politics because it's his metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics that matter the most.
Okay, before I get distracted, this is why Nick is a Catholic, okay?
Heaven, right?
Nope. If you're not Catholic, you're going to hell.
Nick Fuentes is a racist.
Oh my, I thought it was just a funny video. You suck. Where's the fucking funny video where he freaks out, dude?
Christians, we're on the right track and going to heaven, right?
When you say, like, sincere that Christ found, you need the God gave the authority to the apostles.
Mother
And
fucker.
the Catholic Church has apostolic succession. So that authority goes all the way back to God.
The Quran that says an age 9-year-old girl, yeah. Yeah, that one's pretty gnarly. You know, the thing about the Quran is that there's no like explicit definition or like explicitly where it says pedo. That's not really a word that was used back then. You're gonna be looking a long time if we think that it actually says the word pedo. But it does heavily imply in some areas that the concubineship or concubines are young women. We would probably say they're pedos in the contemporary age, but we do have to remember that this is the Bible we're talking about. It's not like a justification or like a defense of it. It's more just a point of reference that people probably need to remember. How the... Okay, I found it over here at least. I think I did. Or not. It was definitely more normalized. I can't find it. Oh my god, bro, because this is funny as fuck. I want to get back to Energy Dahmer's video. Where the fuck is it, dude? Where were you? Why is it so hard to find a clip of this guy? I thought he was like fucking plastered everywhere. I'm mad now. I'm like committed, bro. You know what I mean? Like when you just get... Here it is. I found it. I found it. I am...
SA was first established in 1776. The country was 98% Anglo-Protestant. Catholicism only arrived through immigration. Never forget that. Calling this the new Holy Roman Empire is a deliberate mischaracterization on your part. This is more like the new British Empire.
That's totally...
Why is it strange? Send me the cat video, bro. Quit sending me cat videos. Why is that strange and grand? Let him live his life. Better than Goggle, I agree. This is why we know that Nick is a Catholic.
Ridiculous because it all came from the Roman Empire. All of it came from the Roman... Let's rewind to...
The dude can't help himself with all the Nazi rhetoric too, because you know who else was obsessed with Rome and like the architecture and fucking degeneracy? The Nazis.
200 years ago. Hey, fucktard. Let's rewind 2,000 years, you dumbass idiot. Let's rewind 3,000 years. It was always Greece. It was always Rome. Where were you? Where were you? You were painting spirals on your face. You were building mud huts. Where?
That's all right. I do not own him, Grant. As a streamer, I do not own any of my chatters.
Where were you?
They are free to come and go as they please. I only enjoy when they're here.
When the Republic was formed, where
Plus, I did kind of stop watching this video.
were you when the birth of philosophy happened, huh? It was always Rome. Always Rome, always is Rome, always will be Rome. I want to say, well,
I need to fucking turn that volume down, bro. Holy mother of God. Thank you. Mussolini did love Rome. Fascism loves that beautiful, architecture, better long past time. It's part of their shtick.
years ago, Protestantism is 500 years old. Shut the fuck up and die. England was a Catholic country once, lest I remind you. Let's go back to when they created their own church so that the king could get divorced.
Hitler was obsessed with Rome. Hitler was obsessed with Rome, bro.
Fuck you. This has always been a Catholic country.
You think he's Catholic? I don't know.
This has always been Catholic, Clay. It's always been Roman. Well, technically, the Jews invaded.
I believe you are correct, Energy Dominator. Because not only did he just fuck up every year he just mentioned, he's about to fuck up William of Orange invading England. Because somehow he puts the Jews in there. I don't understand it. William of Orange did not probably have a single Jew within a 5 million mile radius when he invaded fucking
England. Never, hey, idiot, never forget that in the 1650s, the Jews invaded England with William of Orange. Never forget.
Look, I bet if we went to Wikipedia right now and I looked up the Glorious Revolution, which is what he's talking about, okay? If I'm not mistaken, yeah. And I looked up the word Jew right now, guys. Jules. What? What is he talking about? The Jews invaded England? What are we talking about? Like, William of Orange sent a letter. He took advantage of the fact that people were rioting in England because the monarchy of the time, James II, James VII, wanted to continue a dynasty, a very upsetting Catholic dynasty. So the Catholics there were sympathetic to a Protestant taking over. So, I mean, how's it go again? James II and the 7th, 1688, was replaced by his daughter. And this made people unrest. This gave a lot of unrest. And there was a big political movement to exile James. And then this Protestant took advantage of that. And the Catholics in England were sympathetic to it because they really wanted to get rid of James. That's it. Jews? What are we fucking talking about? Like, William of Orange, yeah? The second, right? William of Orange the second? The third, sorry. Just goodbye, Mr. Jack Black. I hope to see you again, where we can learn more about how the Jews magically took over England with William of Orange, even though they're not mentioned in either of the Wikipedia pages. Welcome to my TED Talk.
That. Well, in 1776 and in 1650, the Jews.
He's off by the date too, bro. Like fucking 40 years off, bro.
Invaded England with William of Orange. Never forget, England was a Catholic country. Then it became Protestant and it let all the Jews in. So what now? And who established a...
Dude, never forget, even though he forgot the date. Never forget, bro. What is it? How does it go again? What is it? Never forget. 11-9.
colony in England, Rome.
Idiot, dude.
Before England established a colony.
Great Zimbabwe? What the fuck is this? Why did you just send me a Great Zimbabwe? What in the ever loving fuck are you on, Grant? Why did you just send me this? I found this in Zimbabwe. Stone structures from ancient times. What? I mean, someone's got to live there. It's Zimbabwe. It's Zimbabwe. Come on, man. Why are we astonished at this? Oh, because he said mud huts. I'm glad you caught that as well, because that was random as fuck, wasn't it? Slinging mud from their huts or whatever.
Colony in America. Rome had a colony in England. You never forget that.
Okay.
The Greeks settled the Italian peninsula
Notoriously not Roman.
before there was a Rome. You
So it never started with Rome. It was the Greeks.
never forget that, buddy. Dumbass. America's Protestant. That's why we're in this problem. Wrong.
I think he's Catholic. I don't know.
Socialists, communists, and American progressives all share
Oh, energy dominator. I did bring this up because I wanted to show you this line in the Republic. Okay. This paragraph here. All this. Tell me when you're done reading. I'm going to play piano for a second. I think this is relevant. So, what is your takeaway from this? This is the rest of it. Let's go. He did read the synopsis on the Amazon page though, didn't he? He did read the synopsis, I think. Jesus Christ, dude. So is Plato saying that we should have a city of philosopher kings in this? Poetry is a particular danger to a democracy because it exaggerates democracy's tendencies to tyranny and cynicism. I think you might like this part, Gran. It encourages the eros that takes over the soul with its hymns to tyranny. We can understand this image if we think of the relation of the best city and democracy. But only democracy and the best city have all the parts of the soul imaged in some way. For example, democracy is the only degenerate city that has a philosophy, even if the philosophy is not serious.
Yesterday, I was invited to the British town with the highest percentage of Muslims in the whole of the
Fuck, we're all fucked.
UK, Savile Town, Dewsbury. With it being said that out of the roughly 4,000 residents who live in the town, that 99% are Muslim. And as a result of this, the
Why are we lying? Number seemed a little too big. That's all I'm gonna say. Seemed just a little too big. I fucking hate when people lie for no reason. It just fucking bothers me. Why? Just say 89.
town is home to
Why are we saying 99? What are you, fucking antibacterial commercial? Get the fuck
a
out of here,
number
dude.
of notable mosques, Islamic education centers, cultural clothes stores, and halal supermarkets. The Markazi Mosque at the top of the town being one of the largest mosques in
Well, I bet they're counted in the census. Oh, wait, they are. So you can accurately give the appropriated amount of needs, irregardless of being illegal or not. So, nice try, Gran. Next time, understand how the census works.
in the whole of Europe, and the Mullico
Get fucked.
Superstore being one of the largest halal supermarkets in the whole of the UK.
Like, would you really not want to include illegals in a census? How would you know how much fucking, trash disposal to have in a town? How would you know exactly how to, like, account for just 50% of the town being unknown? You just have an unknown number. How much electricity to provide? I mean, you give the amount that is demanded, and then you count them in the census. Have you ever read the Constitution? Have you ever read the Constitution, Grant? Do you know what the Constitution says as it relates to the census? Yes or no? Do you know what it says? Do you? Grand? Quit furiously typing. UK doesn't have a constitution. Well, they have a different constitution. But I bet it probably does the same thing ours does, which is tries to count the total people, which, if you've read the Constitution, you would quickly realize that it counts every person. It does not care if you're a citizen or not. And that's because if you don't know how many people are in a city, it'll be really hard to account for how much the city needs. Don't you think? Oh my God, Constitution connotatively just means like a fucking ratified document, okay? You can call it an edict. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter what the fuck it's called. The point is, if I looked up UK census right now, and I looked up how they count it, oh look, it says all people and households. Good job, Graham. Welcome next time to when I fucking clown on you another time. What the fuck are we what are we talking about? It took 2 seconds. All people. Do you really think they just don't count illegals in the census? This says every 10 years, they count all the people in households. Are they homeless, Gran? How many homeless illegals are we talking about? What's the standard deviation here? Grant, let me ask you something. Do you think you could approximate how many people are in a town, illegal or not, by looking at the spending of the town, as in how much sales tax is, produced, that yada yada yada? Like, do you think we just don't know what to do? And they spend money, Grant. Do you think illegals don't spend money? Do you think they just don't eat? Don't buy cars? Don't use things? Don't live and pay rent? Unless you think they're homeless, every one of them's homeless. Do you know how economists approximate this shit? This is why we know how many illegals are in the US. We look at a city that sells 25 million bags of hot Cheetos and we're like, there's definitely a lot of Mexicans there. Just kidding. But if you expected 5 bags of hot Cheetos to be sold based on the census, and all of a sudden there's 25,000, don't you think you'd be like, who's buying all these fucking hot Cheetos? What do you think we do, man? Wow, we expect I think 10,000 less places being rented. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe the air is renting out those fucking apartments. Yeah, but they still need food, Grant. They still need food. It's just one of the factors in approximation. They also need to use water. So, I don't know if you realize this, Grant, but the average amount of water an individual uses, okay, is something we can approximate. So if, let's just say there's 10,000 more gallons of water in a small city being used, there's either a leak or there's illegals there. It's just one of the factors again. Okay, and they all got to shower and they all got to fucking eat. So guess what? Your local grocery store probably has 10 plus illegals at least buying food every now and then. So maybe we can approximate that. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it's impossible? What about gas for your car? What about registered cars? They share a car, fine, whatever. They still got to eat. Got to use electricity. Maybe the light will be on even more now, because all 10 of them are going to be doing something at all times of the day. These things are approximation. We can do this. It's not that hard. And so it's important to get an accurate census. We don't want to make it so illegals don't want to do the census, because it would hinder them and also hinder the living experience of people who live in the city and make it harder for the city to actually appropriate what the fuck they need. If you need more police officers and you're just how many people live in this city? And you're like, I don't fucking know. How the fuck are you supposed to do that, Grant? Okay, well, how do they get around? Do they use buses? What do they do, Grant? They just don't exist. If they don't exist, then why do you care? Who cares? Doesn't even matter. Doesn't affect you anyway. Both citizens and non-citizens. Interesting. I wonder who came up with that idea. They don't, but they do probably use buses, right? Or public transport. Okay, and you have to pay for that, right? Much more public transit. Correct. So we use the residual method, okay? Which is things like the Census Bureau. And then we have adjustments via mortality rates, because illegals still fucking die too. And then we have inputs of sales, like sales tax, purchasing habits, you name it. And then we do a bunch of analysis to make sure these models work. So, yeah. If I wanted to do like an actual economic paper here, I don't care about the Center for Immigration Studies. Here we go. Economics, an econometric search of undocumented immigrants. Here, I can probably help you out with this one. Okay, well, you can measure the fact that they're using buses and trains. And if you are expecting, the census said there's only like 5,000 people in your city, but 15,000 people are taking your trains every day. You're probably going to be like, something's wrong here, right? Why are all these fucking people just, apparitions using the trains daily? I can't believe you didn't think we counted everyone in the census. That's crazy, bro. Fuck you. Fucking. I'll find it, bro. Don't you worry. I will fucking get it. Can't hide from me. Maybe you can. F. Maybe it can. Big F. Oh. Is that the same DOI? This thing's so new I can't find it. I'm actually pissed. This is fucking bullshit. Oh. Maybe? What is happening? Damn it. My plans have been foiled. Socioeconomic factors, an equation is estimated using the standard panel data methods. Standard panel data methods? I'm not sure which they're using there. Looks like pooled OLS model, fixed effects, and random effects model. Okay. Yeah. This would be things like assumptions and estimators, overview of the linear panel data, behavior of estimators with strict exogeneity, which means like from outside, right, variables. And this is estimations of behaviors, probably purchasing habits, blah, blah, blah. Assumptions on the covariates. So covariates are going to be things that are intertwined. So confounding variables that are all exogenous. So how these things impact each other. Quantities of interest, non-linear models. So this would be functions that aren't obviously lines, linear. Consistent under sequential exogeneity. Never say that word. So this is trying to predict this exogenous variable. Regression analysis here in the model. And then more in reaffirming modeling data. Oh, look, we got it. Fuck yeah, econ. Regression analysis, yeah. In studying the effects of school inputs on performance using school level panel data, Trends in statewide spending. So spending at the schools. Statewide standardized tests. Interest centers on how individual earnings depend on the state level unemployment rate. Aggregate variables that affect each individual in the same way. So covariance there. This is just eliminating problems in the model. No, that's not what the census is. The census is not about legal people. You want me to show you why? Probably can really fast. We'll use this one. Oh my god, I hate you. Whenever you look up the word census, bro, this topic unfortunately gets fucking destroyed by everyone who wants to know about this now. But this is what it says. Okay? The census includes everyone. It's just very clear in the Constitution. I think counted is the word I'm remembering. Counted. Where are you? Person, right? So the 3/5 compromise. Whole number of free persons and all other persons. Information's hard to find because a lot of people give an opinion on it instead of getting direct sources. So if you notice, Googling well is a hard skill, and you may have to redo it over and over again because when you Google things, Google's going to put not the direct source most of the time. It's going to put National Constitution Center, the civilrights.org, which is some fucking progressive civil rights thing, right? So if you go to this first, you're going to get a bias, right? Legal Information Institute. This is more legal, but it's still biased, not the direct source. Then we have Minnesota.gov, mandates a head count every 10 years, Article 1, Section 2. We have New York Heritage. These are all not direct sources. So you'll find like Axios, you'll find, all these other fucking annoying bullshit when you just have to take the time to go to the direct source. That's why information is hard to find. Not because it's hidden, but because the algorithms that we use don't really care about what is best. They care about what people are looking for. So confirmation bias is massive inside of... I'm actually going to download this. This is pretty interesting. A lot of math in this. A lot of fucking... I don't need to, Graham, because the UK specifically says very clearly, thank fuck, unlike the United States, that they count everyone. All people in households in England. It's just that simple. Why does the algorithm not give you the best result? Who is they? Just for fun, really fast. Who is they? Yeah, I mean, what you're asking is a great question, by the way. Also, I'm not watching the Kirk Wilcox video. I don't think we need to watch that anymore. I think Energy Dominator already knows that he didn't read the book. He doesn't understand Plato. Why the fuck am I going to listen to him talk about Plato? So, like, Google is who makes the algorithm for this, right? And the way Google rewards searches is not to get the best result. It's to get the result people are more likely to click or more likely to use. There we go. How about this? How many hate crimes were even convicted in the UK in the past year? I don't know. Let's find out. I can see why he would criticize Kant. It's appealing to the metaphysical. I can tell that Kirk is very much a materialist, a naturalist, a materialist kind of guy. Wow, they really have in-depth summaries, man. What the fuck? Do they have newer ones? 2023? I don't want that, but okay. Looks like 2023 was the last. 2024 said UK government arrested 12,000 people for saying something. Now, right off the bat, that sounds like that's not something that you came up with, right? Let's just be honest with ourselves. Saying something? Now, freedom of speech is different for every country, but is that really telling the story, or is that just like you repeating something that someone else said? I think illegal immigrants should be removed. I think countries need to protect their borders because borders are extrinsically linked to wages. If you don't have borders, your wages are non-existent. And it's unfortunate, but you can't shoot off your own foot to try and save someone. Save someone else's foot. It's just not how this works. So wages are they are intrinsically linked to borders. If you don't have borders, then your wages are not there. They will plummet. It is very important to keep borders. I have to hop off in about 15 minutes, okay, guys? I'm just letting you know ahead of time. I'm not really finding that much. Here we go. Let's do the most updated one. I don't know what that means. Black and gray economy? What the fuck does that mean? In the year ending March 2025, there were 115,000 recorded hate crimes. Okay? 2% increase. And how many of them became convictions? %19 increase against Muslims. Nice. Start at definitions. What do you mean? 3% of the offenses were identified as being hate crimes. So 3% of 137. Illegals pay taxes. You are wrong. Especially in America. You are just fucking wrong. Graham, why are we saying things that we don't know? What's up with that? Most illegals in the United States, at least, pay taxes. Even on their paycheck. The IRS in the United States allows illegals to pay taxes without getting a social security number. They can do it through the they allow you to essentially avoid penalties or avoid being snuffed out if you pay taxes. It's illegals definitely do this, okay? Because they don't want to be sent back to their home country. I'm not sure why you literally think they don't pay taxes. That's just the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. For LLCs, it's an EIN number, but for individuals, it's God damn it. I don't talk about US. Who are you talking about then? Where is the damn IRS fucking separate EIN number or whatever for individual taxes? The fuck is it called again? Okay, in the UK, I guarantee you they also do that. I'm like positive. You want me to look it up? And I could, but file your tax return. Let's see, where is it? Blah 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 blah. Free file. Gather your documents. Blah blah blah. The fuck are you, dude? ITIN. That's what it is. Individual tax ID number. So you see how it says social security number or ITIN? So you don't need to be a citizen to do this. Why is this? Well, the IRS wants to make sure that you pay taxes if you're an illegal. They will find you. You have to use a bank account in the United States pretty much. No one can live off cash really. You have to pay rent. You have to move into somewhere here to actually like qualify for an apartment. All of these things that adults have to do, you have to have a bank account. And if you have a bank account, you're not safe. So the IRS knows that. They let you do an ITIN and we take taxes from them and they get no benefits. So illegals in the US pay taxes. The majority of them do. And they get nothing in return because they don't want to be sent back home. Fundamentally, something that people just don't know. I don't know why. Probably because propaganda machine's really strong on this, but illegals pay taxes. They pay sales taxes. They pay fucking income taxes. They pay every tax that you pay. Just about. There's like probably a small amount that don't, obviously, but like it might be different in a country that has a much easier or more simpler tax return thing, but we'll see. Look at that. The taxpayer identification number is a unique identifier assigned to the account holder by the tax administration. I'm assuming you could probably use a TIN. I don't know why they would have this if you have a social security number. Where the fuck is the... No, it's UK, that's right. I was looking for Britain. Yep. That's the game. The house always wins. Never forget, my friends. The house wins, okay? This is not proof of identity. Yep. There you go. Cannot be proved to verify the identity. Well, what the fuck is it for then? It is so the government can fucking make sure it gets goddamn money. That's what it is. Okay. Never forget. All right. And if you don't pay, they'll find out. They'll be like, because banks are usually in every developed country. I want to go back to that fucking hate crime thing too, but they tax the wage payer? Huh? The wage payer, the employer, does not have an ITIN or this that we just looked at, my friend. The wage payer, the employer, has a, if you're a contractor, a 1099 form that you fill out in the US. And if you are a corporation, you fill out a different form. You would fill out no, it's not going to be here. It's going to be filing under businesses like this. See? Completely different fucking section. It's not even remotely similar at all. You have an EIN number then. So when I mentioned earlier about the LLC, when I had my business, I paid through an EIN number. So you have an EIN, and then you have, this is how you do your taxes. So businesses have EIN numbers, an ITIN or a TIN. No, that is not how it works. Businesses can facilitate, but they give you a form at the end. As an individual, you are required to give the IRS something called a W-2 if you work for a company. A company just puts it into their accounting, but no, the taxes are your responsibility. So you have a W-2, okay? Which would be, what is it? A W-2 form, which looks like this. Show you a photo of it. So this is an earning tax record, okay? So no, your employer does not pay your taxes, okay? You still pay your taxes. They just put it in the accounting. They facilitate the transfer, the bank account transfer. But they're not paying your taxes. They get a deduction from doing this though. If you are an employer who essentially, make sure that all of your employees pay taxes, then you're incentivized as an employer to do that. You get deductions for that. So when you have illegals, you still want to hire them so you can put them on record. You just don't prove their citizenship. That way you can still get bigger deductions. So like restaurants that hire, illegal immigrants to do the back of house restaurant stuff, they don't fucking care. They get more money in their taxes when they don't check illegal immigrants fully. But they will make you pay taxes though. Because if you don't pay taxes, right, if you don't do that whole thing, then you will get found out. And that's not really a gamble most do. The hate crime thing, though, I'm curious, why'd you say that? What was the reason behind that, man? Where's convicted? No, I'm in the UK right now. I see 115,990 hate crimes, right? You said 12,000 people were arrested for speaking, right? Right? A lot of information here. Jesus Christ. I live in the US. I live in California. Okay, so freedom of speech crimes are most likely going to be hate crimes, right? Why would you be arrested if it wasn't a hate crime? Or a threat or something? You're talking about like hate crimes, right? That's what they would probably be arrested for. See, this might be a good time to bring up why you don't Google things that way. If you Google something like this, are people, or how about this? Has 12,000 people in the UK been arrested for speaking? Do you think this is a good Google search? Do you think you're going to find what you want, or do you think it's going to search for things that, are going to try and prove you right? This is like confirmation bias wrapped in a cute little package delivered directly to your fucking forehead. Like, what? This is not how you Google things. Assumption only makes an ass out of you and me. So what would be a better way? I mean, you know what we could do here? I could do this and notice it says the New York Post instantly, which I don't know if you know what the New York Post is, but the New York Post is quite literally one of the worst legacy media outlets on the entire fucking planet. So whatever this fucking site wants to tell you, you probably need to be really skeptical of instantly. That doesn't mean you can't actually read it, but it means you need to be aware of it, okay? Because let's go through this. UK free speech crackdown sees up to 30 people a day arrested for petty offenses such as retweets and cartoons. Okay? Bernadette. No. This is the best way to actually. You see, what you asked me, 12,000 people being arrested, is not something that you read, like from an actual government, or this is from people online. I'm assuming TikTok. This is just repetitive talking point narrative at this point, right? I didn't say the New York Times. I'm just meant like this is social media narrative. So there's no way for me to actually search this without doing it through the narrative that is being driven here. What you can do though is try and validate this. So let's read the New York Post. Chadwick Moore. We have she'd end up. Wait, here we go. I just closed down, but the other half of my brain went into Jack Reacher mode, she said, referring to the fictional action hero. Every single detail was bright and whatever. She remembers noticing that you can't drown yourself in the toilet because there's no standing water in it, and the flush button is too far to reach in your head if you were the bowl. Oh, jail sucks. Oh my God. Who cares? Chester Benedict says, I don't think I'll ever recover with a really sad fucking plastic surgery. She's how old? She looks really old. I don't think I'll ever recover after she spent 36 hours in a British jail over a social media post that contained a mild inaccuracy. Oh, okay. I'm not avoiding the question. I'm reading the article. You're going to read it with me. So we can try and get to the bottom of this. What was this mild inaccuracy here? Why did we say it this way? That might be foreshadowing. We'll find out. Oh, it's this girl. It's this woman. I already know her. She's kind of awful. You know what she did, right? I already know exactly what this is about. You know what this story is about, right? Do I even need to go anymore? No. This is where you get the narrative from. About 12,000 a year. Why did you say 12,000? This is what you said. Is it not? Where do you think this narrative comes from, ma'am? I can tell you right now, I know all of these news sources, and they specifically come from one side. So that's where you got this number from. There's no reason to, say otherwise. It's fine. Looks like Joe Rogan talked about it too. It's fine, but we can go into it though, right? We can see if it's true. Now, starting with this horrible story about this woman who absolutely deserved to be fucking put in jail is kind of a tell that they really don't have the ability to say that all these people are being, abused or whatever, right? But let's look at the data here, right? Free Speech Union. I wonder who owns this. This doesn't really look like a government website to me. The number 12,000 came from people you know about how bad it was, or you saw 12,000 people arrested for speech issues? It looks like the source they're using right now, data suggests from a privately owned nonprofit advocacy group owned by Toby Young, who is a let's see here. Let's see who this guy is. Okay. He was awarded the Contrarian Prize? Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking loser. I don't know yet. What I'm actually avoiding doing is saying that you're wrong, right? I'm entertaining what you said. But this is how you get to the bottom of what people tell you. This is how you do it correctly. So, well, it looks like he's used cocaine at the Groucho Club. Nice. This looks like a man who, after winning the Contrarian Award, probably has a specific narrative he wants to tell you. That's fine. Doesn't mean he's wrong. Correct? But just know that now that I'm reading who makes this website, Free Speech Union, right? You need to understand what narrative they're trying to craft for you. Okay? We have custody data obtained by the Times shows that officers are making about 12,000 arrests per year under the Section 127 Communications Act. Okay? The act makes it illegal to cause distress by sending grossly offensive messages. Now, I wonder how much of this is actually provably bad. That's not a high number. So now we know this 12,000 number that you said is from this specific act, which includes threatening people. If a person is guilty of an offense for the purposes of causing annoyance, you need to be persistent or send a message they know to be false. I mean, maybe a little bit of annoying liability there. I'm not sure. But we probably could look at the data on convictions. Okay? Let's see. So there's an analysis, actually, of this act. Arrested does not mean convicted. In 2017, 2018, we had 567 people. How many are arrested each year? Why don't we just see if I can find that? That might be a really funny thing to find out. About arrests per year. Let's look at all the years. What do you say? I'm seeing 119. Oh, this is just West Yorkshire. Looks like they had a lot more before in just West Yorkshire. Looks like it's gone down. I don't know, maybe we can find better information. Looks like the sentencing has gone down and the arrests have gone up. So they've made more arrests over the past few years. That seems to be true. How much? I mean, in 2020, it was 10,000. 2019, it was a little below 8,000. Technology is becoming more available too, so you got to keep that in mind. It's probably going to increase the number no matter what, in a way. Just the access to it. Is this really a problem? Is this existential to the UK? What do you think? Yes or no? I went into a little bit of a exploratory investigative mode to figure out whether the Onion's comment about 12,000 arrests in the UK was worth anything. And I don't think it is. I think arrests have gone up naturally because of technology and the public's use of it, especially older people. And then the sentencing has gone down because they have more arrests. And generally it's because of evidential difficulties. The victim doesn't support taking further action. So is this an existential problem? No. That's not what this is. This is a specific act, Onion. Didn't I looked it up with you, right? What does it say? This act right here? You have to be pretty stupid to actually fucking have this happen to you, right? A person is guilty of offense if they send by means of public electronic communications a matter or message that is grossly offensive or indecent, obscene or menacing character. Now, we probably need to look at resources for this, textual amendments, right? So let's see, what do they use for this? They causes any such message or matter to be sent. So grossly misleading. So let me ask you a question. If if your girlfriend, okay, got a message from someone, or like maybe someone posted her nude or something on Twitter, do you think that person should be able to do that? Or do you think that's free speech? Yes or no? If your girlfriend got a message or like noticed that someone posted a nude photo of her on Twitter, do you think that is free speech, or do you think that like they should be able to do that, or do you think that we should be able to stop them from doing that, cast punishment? Oh, I must have forgot that the Communications Act that we're looking at is not a protected jurisdiction. That is definitely not enforced by a court or by a law whatsoever. Of course. I'm talking about the definition it says here. Grossly inoffensive of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character. I think this is meant to be anti-Muslim here, though. So it's probably being used for anti-Muslim stuff. I would assume so, right? But nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. I'm asking you a more fundamental question right now. Do you think someone has the right to post, let's say, a photo, or how about a piece of art in which your little sister is being stabbed millions of times by like some dude, and it's just an art piece, like it's just a drawing? Do you think that person should be able to post that photo and tag your sister in or something, or like send it to her? Yes or no? I am not pro-Muslim, Grant. What's my example now. Let's say your little sister, I don't know how old, let's say she's like a teenager. Someone draws a caricature of her being stabbed. You can't really say it's her though. And they send that to her, or they post it online. Do you think, like grotesquely, do you think that is free speech? What do you think about that? That's not, there's no nudity in that one, but it's also just a piece of art, right? Do you think there should be no punishment? Well, this right here says grossly offensive or indecent. So I asked you a specific question. If your little sister had a caricature made of her where someone was stabbing her tons of times, but you couldn't say for sure it was her, and someone posted that to Twitter or like social media, would you be okay with that? That's not a goalpost. It's within the definition here. How is that not within the definition? Oh my lord. What, do you guys think I'm like pro-Muslim or something? How is that changing the goalpost? What does this say? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Get over what? I'm very aware the fact that Europe let in way too many immigrants. That's a fucking fact. I don't know what you want me to say. Okay, way too many refugees. Wait, so you would be okay with someone getting, like, just posting that piece of art on social media? You don't think there should be any punishment whatsoever? Nothing. Grilled sandwich. Or a grilled cheese sandwich. What if this person, Gran? Here, just listen, Graham. What if this person was famous in your town or had like a following of 100,000 people, and it caused your sister to, at the extreme, take her own life? Would that change your mind? Because she never wanted to go to school. Everyone made fun of her. I don't know. Shit like that happens all the time. No punishment? Are you sure? Well, your dead sister might. She might. I don't know. Maybe when she's dead, you might. You can't beat someone up and get her back. Should she have fought him on her own? Or maybe you should have went and fought him. And then the situation would get better? You see, now that's fallacious reasoning, because I don't give a fuck if you're against school. Well, I asked you some specific. If your sister, okay, had a caricature piece of art that was brutal, and this person had a following online, posted this caricature, because that's all it is, right? It's just art. And in time, it caused your sister to take her own life. You think no punishment? What I'm doing, I'm not doing anything. I'm eating a grilled cheese sandwich. What I'm asking you is, do you really think that is okay? If you want my personal opinion, Grant, I don't think it's okay, and I would go fucking kick that dude's ass. I don't think you're rationalizing this as personally as you can. I mean, your sister's dead. Who cares? Right? You're not her. Why would it matter? You should have had thicker skin, I guess. Is that the argument? So I found some scouting reports. Sure. Yep, yes you can. You already have regulated speech. If you think you actually have free speech, you are fundamentally not understanding how this works. There's no such thing as free speech. There is an inclination, a push towards an ideal that people think what it is to them, right? But you do not have free speech. You cannot just have unlimited freedom that way. Because you just end up with less freedom. It's very simple. But the idealism that people like attach to is a cancer, because they like the idea of being dogmatically just uncritical, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. You should have free speech. But to think that we actually don't regulate free speech, as in like, it's like when an economist says something's free. Like, no, we know that it's paid for by something. When we say free, there's like an inherent definition behind it, okay? Like a connotation. So when people say free speech, they don't mean literally you can have free speech, because that is stupid. The government absolutely gets to use the police to regulate it, or the police. What do you mean? The government absolutely uses the police to regulate that stuff. But what we want, no, they don't. Are you? So the Onion, if you went into, Benny Johnson's YouTube right now, or let's say you went and sent Benny Johnson a mail, like a piece of mail, and you described how you would kill him, like this fucking idiot did, okay? This fucking moron. Do you really think you have the freedom to do that, buddy?
And
Yeah?
there was an
we will arrest you, we will extradite you, and we
What do you mean? Who's gonna come get you? Do you really think you can actually just say whatever you want? Well, that makes no sense, dude. If someone said they were gonna kill your kid, all right, like send them death messages or like death threats. Grand, that means you. Aren't you the community? Do you not think your sister is your community? Or do you think you'd be different in that situation? Hopefully not. I didn't change the goalpost. There's definitely no contextual fallacy going on there, man. Yeah? How? What argument did I move and divert away from to a new position? Graham, You really are telling me right now that your little sister who commits suicide because of online bullying, which happens to be very preventable, means that the parents should have built better resilience? What? I didn't use an extreme there, man. Online bullying kills a lot of young kids. That's not an extreme position. It's a fucking true one. Wasting my time trying to explain that freedom of speech is not actually literally freedom of speech. I think I maybe am then, I guess. Because that is a wild thing to say. To think that you could actually say whatever the fuck you want. Well, I just hope it doesn't happen to your sister. I bet you'd be saying something different if it did. Something tells me. I have an intuition. Looks like there's a pretty extensive review behind this thing. You're not actually trying to rationalize your sister committing suicide because of bullying, are you right now? There's no way that is fucking happening, right? Like, actually, right? There's no fucking way that's what's happening. Why are we trying to rationalize this? Like, justify it. Just delete Instagram? Oh, I know, Graham. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. It sounds like you're not going to help them at all, actually. Or did you not just say they could have turned off their phone? I never said degrading. And personally, I think that you should be held accountable if you do an action like that, yeah. Unless you think that because of the egoist philosophy that I'm noticing that you have, that people just always do the right thing because their ego is correct, or... Yeah, I never said anything about that. And your sister, I think if she did kill herself, ma'am, probably does understand that there's bad people around and mean people around. Don't you think? She probably wouldn't have killed herself if there were happy people or nice people. She probably understands it too well, actually. I guess it's just unfortunate that it was your sister. I just don't get it. I mean, this is all hypothetical here, but now both of you are trying to do justifications in multitude of ways to make this seem less like a tragedy. I don't know why. We're still on Disney, right? It seems like they're pretty strict on how they do this, by the way. Okay. Well, I only used sister there to try and emotionally connect, but it doesn't have to be your sister. Does that make it any different? So what does make you value humans? Because if I just said some random girl in your town, does that mean it's now good? I don't think you could prove that someone could be prosecuted off that, no. That would most definitely not qualify or be enough in almost any case. I never even mentioned that. I'm not missing the big picture, actually. Your comment says, Grand, that you are. You said I don't value humans because I'm related to them. So what do you value humans on? It doesn't have to be your sister. It could be some random person in town. Does that mean that you don't care still, or because that's just a deflection? You didn't actually tell me what you value humans with. I've actually written a paper on this idea that cyberspace is not a separate place. So actions like this should have consequences. I mean, Graham, I don't value you less. I'm just trying to get you to understand that, like, you know, you should hold people accountable for awful actions. That the medium is the message. I mean, I wrote a paper on an early sexual assault that happened in a Lambda chat room in the 90s, I want to say. I am not being devil's advocate, no. Devil's advocate plays another position out of fun. I am being sincere. There's no like rhetorical fucking false, sleight of hand here. It's just, I think you should hold people accountable for their actions. I don't think that's okay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No, I don't think so. But you're fine letting people post offensive pictures to hurt other people, are you? Hurt there is kind of, even in both circumstances right now, Gran. Like if I punched you, I don't think you'd be able to convict me on a crime unless I did it with like anger, right? Or did it with the ability to punch better, which I can do, but like why would I agree to this? You just told me that you think speech can't be regulated. Like, why? That's a radically absurd position. Why would you be okay with that? Is it like somehow different if you hurt people through the online space or what? Do you think it's not real? This is what I wrote a paper on. It's the rape in cyberspace. One of the oldest fucking papers I know on this subject. Okay? And it's from the 90s. This user named Bungle hacked another person's chat capability in a online data space, or like an online chat room, and made the user sexually assault themselves. And the question from this was, did sexual assault occur? It's a very interesting paper, to be honest. I don't really know this volume though, but I do. It's this one right here. Virtual rape is what it's called. Do you guys think that like the online space is not real, or what's up with that? Nothing to do with anything. But you do think if someone threatens you in person, like if I said I was gonna fucking strangle you until the life, left your eyes, like you'd probably be like, wow, this guy needs to be fucking. So, very ironic that you said I can't see the big picture, right? Because I'm sensing a lot of that. I think yes. Yes. I have way too many fucking tabs open. Christ. What? This. Ow. This paper's fucking old, bro. Bro. I'll fucking lose it. Some stupid, annoying political commentator who was like gay at one point for the clicks. He's awesome. That's gay. God damn, bro. What the? Now I'm curious. What are the convictions in this? Let's see here. A war? This one wasn't even a war. Literally just like a fucking curb stomp. War was declared, got it. True. And Grand, do you think the courts just don't even investigate? Let's play this out. Keep going. What would happen after that? Let me hear it. Keep going. Oh, I believe. Sorry. Let me see your message. Do I believe their free speech rights were violated? No. In this case? Or the people in question, the 12,000? Only how many of them ended up in Assange? Oh yeah, Assange and Snowden. Assange is a piece of shit, so no. Truth be told, actually, man, honestly not that familiar with the Snowden stuff. I know the basic shit, but I'm gonna be absent on my opinion on this. I know his disconnect with like the intelligence apparatus and the passing of Citizens United and things like that. Assange is just a Russian fucking hack. And I think Snowden is a little more of a different case, but I'm not really sure. Got it. Grant. So you think we should make it easier to do that, Grant? You think we should just like live with it? We can't do anything? We just have to throw our hands up, or rather, speaking of fallacious reasoning, it's popped up. You think that I shouldn't have kids? Because AI sexualization? That's a take. I will go crazy about AI sexualization of my kid? What? Man, sometimes I can't keep up with you. I'm just like, that's not a real position, right? It's not like a real contentious idea, correct? Like, do I have to engage with that? I mean, I don't want to. It's just mind-numbingly fucking stupid. Would you not be upset at that? Because I have a kid, or why does it matter, by the way, if child porn is on the internet? I thought pictures and things like that are meaningless. They don't matter, right? Now you think that's not okay? Why? Because it's sexual? You think, like, do you think I wouldn't notice now that all of a sudden you care about child porn? Isn't that just fake anyway? Who cares? It's a photo. I think they're both wrong. I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out that it seems to me that your implication of that sentence is that they need to stop child porn. Is that correct? What is the implication behind this? I'm like, pride, I guess. I'm just, what is the implication in that statement? To me, there is an implication, but you haven't said it yet, so I guess I have to. This is why I'm asking you. Okay, so isn't that just images, though? We're talking about online child porn, right? Didn't you just tell me that, like, that doesn't matter? What if you draw it? What if you draw it? Why does it matter now? I didn't even answer your message, Gran. How the hell would I misinterpret it when I didn't even fucking acknowledge it? So what is the difference between real online harm and fake online harm? Oh, that'll work in court. Want it? Is that your opinion when you go to court? You just fucking slide that to the judge? Think that'll work? Clever. Just hand him a fucking 8x11. You're just like, if you don't know, then you're the problem, dude. Okay, I guess courts don't exist in this world either. How would you get rid of the real ones? Actually, the last chattel slave in the U.S. was stopped by court in 1942 in the U.S. It's kind of mind-boggling how stupid people say things sometimes. You do know that, right? Like the last chattel slave in the U.S. didn't just end in 1865. It ended in 1942. That was the last chattel slave in Arizona. If I'm not mistaken. It was either Mississippi or Arizona. And it was stopped by court order. So I guess you could say that courts did stop the final chattel slave, yes. But you wouldn't know that if you just decided to fucking say things without ever knowing what you're talking about. Because we live in a world of vibes and fifis, I think. I don't know. I don't think that is part of the conversation, but again, how would you get rid of the real ones in your sentence there? Child porn. How would you do it? Again, if you know, though, right? Like, just slide that over to someone that, I don't know, no courts, I guess, but someone? Like, who are we sliding it over to? How would you get rid of the real ones, man? Kaya. Just like the Epstein files, I think Hassan is not shaking this one off, is he? He's fucked. Bro, you are straight to sentencing, aren't you? I asked you how you would determine which ones are the real ones. You know there's phases in the legal process, right? You don't just like go straight to the death sentence. You have to like fucking prove normally. Or did you forget that part? I mean, to me, there's definitely a sexual tell, a weird fucking tell for someone who thinks that retribution is the number one thing that comes to head. Yeah, I saw that. I'm still not being a devil's advocate. I'm like, you want me to pull up the definition for you? Because the devil's advocate plays pretend homicide, right? Do definition hunting today. So, someone who argues for the sake of argument to make it more interesting. As in, you're pretending to be the other side. It's a facade. Personally, I think child porn is bad. And I think people should be held responsible for the stuff they do online. Maybe they should add answering questions. That'd be a good one. Should use that freedom of speech and answer my simple questions. What do you say? Am I being a devil's advocate? We can start with this question. New vocab word, buddy. Sorry, I know you're new here, but no one will find shelter from me. I'm sorry. I hate ranch. I can't do it. Okay. Let's get back to talking then. I'm going to ask you a very simple question once more. You think, you said earlier, okay, not a question first. We'll preface some stuff because it's been a long time now. You said earlier that you should never regulate speech. Correct? That's not a loaded question. You said you should never regulate speech. That was your statement earlier. Right? Yes or no? I'm not committing a fallacy there. In order for us to even move forward, you have to answer that question. I know which fallacy you're thinking of right now, and no, it's not. A loaded question is going to be filled with loaded language. I repeated what you said. I mean, it's really hard to hear if you don't listen, so this time listen. Do you think speech should never be regulated? Okay. Is posting a photo online a form of speech? Yes or no? So, online material is not, especially images, they're not products of free speech. Therefore, they can be regulated. That's not even relevant at all, dude. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. There's no defamation yet. Plus, I don't even know how you can believe in defamation, Graham. Because defamation is quite literally antithetical to everything you said earlier. So, what the fuck? You can post what you want. Okay. So it's a form of speech. Right? Yeah? Come on, keep up. It's taking too long. You don't need to keep asking AI every time I fucking ask you a question. It's fast. It's a yes or no. It's not loaded. No, you didn't. I asked you, are posts online forms of speech? Yes or no? It's fine if you say no. The fallacious reasoning that you probably want to try and tell me on right now only works if I give you something that is undefinable. You fucking fell right into that, G. You're literally hilarious. Come on, bro. You gotta be better than that. Why are people so fucking predictable? Fucking hilarious. Not yet, because I'm not, trying to pin you on a claim. You're just avoiding that because you know the reality of what I'm asking you, I think. Because if you say no, you know I'm going to ask you, well, what is a post then? And if you say yes, then you're fucked. So, yeah. Sorry, bud. So what's the only option? Avoid. Ask me what a post is. Oh, I'm sorry. If I went over by one question. 2 questions is too much. My bad. If only I asked one question much more succinctly, you would have still deflected the fucking question. You really can't know what I mean when I say, is a post a form of speech? Wow. Crazy. Cool. I mean, we can talk about whatever you'd like, but your friend here, the Onion, I don't think he understands the trap he's in right now. It's okay to be like, oh, I'm wrong. And, refusing to do that is not a good look, in my opinion. It's not something that's that hard to do, man. It doesn't make you, any less valuable. Yeah, and guess what? Putting a post in your garden is a form of speech. So you're just making yourself look stupider, bro. You have the freedom of speech to do that. Yes, you can hang a flag on your home. You can do all of these things that are literally freedom of speech. Post is speech. Okay. So speech should never be regulated, right? So we should never regulate posts online. Ever. It's against your ideal. If I'm not mistaken, right? Or are you going to tell me I'm being unfair now? I'm incorrectly and disingenuously addressing your position. There is no question. You've now just said that child porn online is fine. And it should never be regulated. That's kind of all that needs to be said. I'm not really sure why you think I need another question. You've already given me the answer. Is there anything good right now? Man. No, I'm okay. I don't want to do that. Absolutely not. Does anyone have something they want me to react to? Wait, wasn't I supposed to... I'm supposed to help my team right now with our debate. I could work on that in the background. No, I don't want to work on that. That's just boring to watch. No one wants to fucking watch me do that. It is boring.
So in Matthew 5:18, Jesus says, "Not an iota, not a dot will pass from the law until all is accomplished."
To my stream? What does that mean?
And the question is this: what did Jesus mean when he said all?
All right, let's see it.
Because he doesn't explain the scope of his comment. What does he mean by all being accomplished? Was he referring to every last thing that has ever been prophesied, including his second coming? Well,
I don't think you actually are okay with child porn, bro. Come on now. That's not really what I think you believe. I just found it a little amusing that your inconsistent worldview allows for it, but I don't really think you do agree with it. I think that's a little ridiculous.
well, the New Testament reveals that can't be what he meant.
John Van Newman. My argument was made by your own self. So unless you're calling yourself false, as in you represented it incorrectly, then maybe. But kind of hard to defend that one, man. I used what you said against you. I didn't even make a claim. That's what you did. You did, actually. Because posts are forms of speech, and you said speech should never be regulated. If you can't identify the stupid fucking paradox inside of that retarded statement, then you'll stay like this forever, man. That's a you problem, not a me one. That's a you problem. Oh. Game theory? My opinions on it? Game theory is... I learned a little bit about it in my schooling. It's pretty interesting. I think it kind of is another conflation of a word for markets, in my opinion, because it's kind of made up. And I mean, they kind of have like preferential inscriptions in them, right? Let's see. The derivation of expected utility from its axioms appeared in the appendix to the second edition. Expected utility hypothesis. It's just from microeconomics. You don't think it includes posting? Or did you not say it included posting earlier, Grant? I'm glad we now have a bunch of fucking bounds. My attempt was not to trap you, man. You did that yourself. My intent is not to trap people. But once again, if you can't identify that stupid fucking paradox in what you said earlier, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, Grand, are posts online forms of speech? Is that not a form of free speech? Because 3 questions is all I needed to show you that you have a completely paradoxical worldview that is wrapped around the uncritical dogmatic idea that freedom needs to be fantasy unlimited, and it never has been, in trying to renegotiate that with this other problem you have. I don't even know what that means, dude. I have a book on game theory, but it's more of like a textbook. Energy. I can bring it. I did. I literally copy pasted what you said, so. Or did you miss that part? Did you not recognize your own sentence when I copy pasted it? Why do you think I put it in the chat? Grand is the one who said, post is speech, easy. So technically you are not the one who said, post is speech. But if that's the case, then what are posts online? Game theory, or I have Stephen Tadalus. This is what I've read a little bit of. I don't even know what the fuck is that supposed to mean, bro. What is that supposed to mean? Are you casting a fucking spell on me right now? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? What does that mean? Jesus, bro. Just because you lost doesn't mean you need to fucking cast a voodoo fucking spell on me. Relax. Yeah. Preference relation. I did. Correct.
Why? Well, because there are so many.
I don't have an opinion on von Neumann, though. Energy. I'm sorry. Seems like another book I need to grab. You're really fucking making my reading list too big. You know that? Damn it. Okay, cardinal numbers. I don't have an untouchable stance. I barely even told you my stance. I thought you said assumptions were not good. Suddenly, we have forgotten that, I think. You never really asked me any questions, so. Oh, Minimax. Okay. I've learned this in econometrics, but like definitely forgot who made it. my untouchable stance has been found weak, aren't you assuming I have a weak, untouchable stance? What do you mean? What do you mean? Brother.
Examples of old covenant commands.
Okay, but posting child pornography is a form of speech online, so I guess it's not worthy of punishment, Grant. I feel like that would be not good. An observation doesn't have a conclusion in it? Or did you forget how the fucking Christ, you guys are killing me right now. That's not how it works. An observation doesn't have an implicit claim. If you said, this person has an untouchable stance, you're making somewhat of a claim there. It's a little bit of an observation. All right? But if you said something more like, this person's stance seems to be untouchable, that's an observation. Saying someone has a stance that is untouchable is a claim.
That have passed from the law. For example, Hebrews 10:18, there is no longer any offering for sin. Now, the Sinai law absolutely required offerings for sin. So there's a change that's much bigger than a dot or iota. And Colossians 2 says that the Old Covenant feasts and food laws and Sabbaths are no longer required. Hebrews 7 and 8 say the priesthood is no longer required. Galatians 5 says circumcision is no longer required. And in John 4, Jesus himself prophesied.
One second. What in the fuck? Okay. Story time again. Okay, you can say what you want. Got it. But that does not mean there are no consequences. If you could say what you wanted, right? Then wouldn't that obviously mean that there are no consequences? Or are you saying like in a chronological thing? As in like sequentially? Like you can actually, you have the free will, I guess, to say what you want. But maybe there's consequences. So in the context of this conversation, it sounds like you're not actually engaging with the idea of free speech, and you're more like, I mean, you are a human. Is that what you're fucking doing right now? Because if you are, what the fuck, dude? You think that's clever? Like, surely that's not what you're trying to do right now. Like, you have the capacity to murder people, but like, that doesn't mean there won't be consequences. It does mean you don't have freedom to murder. Obviously. So, no, freedom of speech unilaterally and unconditionally means you can say whatever you want and there will be no consequences. So what are you trying to say in that sentence? Surely you did not just say something that I just pointed out, right? Like there's no fucking way. Oh my God, you did. You literally are you. Holy fuck, bro. So, in this scenario, if you call your mother a bitch, would you say that you had freedom to do that if there were consequences? In the grand scheme of things? Because it looks to me again, like I just said, and you still typed it out, that you're just using agency in sequential order instead of engaging with what freedom of speech actually means. Because consequences obviously mean that you don't have freedom of speech there. Then what are the consequences? What are the consequences? Oh. Oh, it is. Okay. Because isn't saying you're going to kill someone just speaking? Game theory assumes that the market in question or the model is 100% rational because it's a artificial game, as in like the parameters are not something that is uncontrolled. So as in when you look at this theory, one action determines the other ones. So like the prisoner's dilemma is an idea of game theory where there is a dominant strategy and the outcome is essentially like decided by the participants in it. So it does assume rationality. See? So rationality is essentially assumed. Self-interested, rational. That's not a very good answer, bro. Like, what? What the fuck? How does that fucking do anything? Just because something was a law before means that it's good? What?
Prophesied that worship at the temple would no longer be required. These things didn't just pass away, they were fulfilled in Christ. They reached their God-ordained goal. So I believe when Jesus says, until all has been accomplished in Matthew 5:18, he's specifically talking about everything the Son of Man was sent to accomplish during his earthly ministry. I mean, the resurrected Jesus says this to his disciples in Luke 24. These are my words that I spoke to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must...
A little too much. Nope, the Q rest. The fuck? I thought it sounded good. I was mistaken. Sounds good. The Onion, I'm not the one who said that because it is something that existed before the interweb, that means it's okay. Because that's stupid, like you're pointing out. Did you forget who said it? I'm trying not to lose my patience with you right now. Because I don't really understand the reasoning behind this argumentation right now. It feels a little forced. I think HOAs are fucking invasive. Yes. Do I think they're a violation of free speech? They may very well could, actually. I think that should be applied through a standard, though, not a rule. If you know what those two things are. I just found that out the other day, actually. From my buddy Rice. If you own a home energy, you would definitely be someone who's like, nah, go fuck you. What does that mean? A standard and a rule? A standard is something that is decided upon judicially case by case, interpretative. And then a rule is something that is federalized, top down. Standard is not. Standard is something that can be interpreted by local jurisdiction. It's a type of law, Grand. Okay. This is an econ paper? Why am I getting an econ paper? Here you go. Oh, you got up really fast. Fuck. So rules draw a sharp line between forbidden and permissible conduct. I am not. No, I studied econometrics. Reforming zoning laws might incentivize developers to build more homes, but lowering the cost of housing would mean that people who expect housing to go up as it is an asset to them, an investment, would mean they vehemently oppose that. So people would have to then be okay with their house falling in value. And if you just bought a home, I don't think you would want your home to fall in value, because then you could technically go underwater on your home loan. That might be a really bad. So this is not really in the interest or incentive for any normal person who owns a home in the area. But the people who are not okay with it are going to be the people who own the homes. And they don't care. Now, what's the solution? I think we could work at this from a different angle. I think we probably would want to get rid of the institutional investment into real estate and foreign investment into real estate as it pertains to the US. And then we probably should put an increase in property taxes for multiple home landlord owners, to where if you own so many homes, it becomes unprofitable, incentivizing them to stop at a certain point. Go find something else to fucking make money in, you fucking retard. That's what I say to that. I don't fucking care. Yeah, your reasoning for that is what? What's the reasoning for that? Just taxation bad? Please tell me it's more than just taxation bad. I mean, taxation is a touchy subject for a lot of people, but and that means it shouldn't be taxed. Why? they pay for a lot of the surrounding local everything. So, okay, so now I'm going to ask you why. Why should you not raise taxes on necessities? Is this like a economic argument, or is this like a I don't like taxes argument? Then we can get back to whether or not property taxes are good or like economically advantageous most of the time. It depends. Do you not like income tax? Okay. Property taxes. How many property taxes are there? Do you think the state is the only property tax, or do you own a home? Do you know how it works? Do you think there's only one type of property tax? Okay. So the local property taxes fund quite a lot of things. And you think, they're all technically not necessary. Absolutely necessary looks like this. All right, this is what absolutely necessary looks like. You got a road, you got, some lights, power lines. What's the big deal? So, in order to go from, okay. I brought up a different things, but New Zealand probably taxes you in different ways, I assume, right? You think I know for a fact you're not just not paying taxes. That would be a funny argument. You probably pay taxes in different ways. Correct? It's the same fucking thing, bro. God damn it. I'll show you how this works, okay? Do you see this right here? Look what Florida says. You guys hate income tax? Go live in Florida. It's going to be great. Look at that massive zero right there. Isn't that cool? Well, does anyone know the tax burden of Florida as its comparison to or related to like California, where I live even? Does anyone know? Just curious. Probably just think it's lower, right? No, you wouldn't. You want to know why, energy? Oh, it crashed? Oh. If you just open up zoning, you're not going to fix this problem. Okay? Probably not even close, in my opinion. What is it now? Like fucking 30% or something? Fucking. Of course, I'm going to have to fucking put it in like this. Market reports. What do we have here? I've nice. Okay. So let's say we rezone. Yeah. Let's just say that we rezone, right? Energy. This is from 2021. It keeps fucking climbing. It's also incorrect. Every time you see one of these that says institutional investors, it depends on how they define that. Because if it's BlackRock, it might be in there. If it's not BlackRock and it's a smaller landlord, it won't be in there. If it's through some obscure LLC, it's not even in there half the time. It really depends on how they want to try and mold this, okay? And it's pretty high. Okay? So if you open up the zoning, you're not going to fix this problem. You're just going to make it so more of the homes get bought by fucking financial investors, and then, okay, that's it. So, not very good. I love this, though. This is a very clever sleight of hand, in my opinion. People will tell you this all the time. Well, investors only own like 2 to 3% of all the homes in the U.S. It would not be the same demand. It would have an increase in demand because they can't buy all the homes right now. They literally want to buy more. They can't. Like, there are no buy. It won't fix the problem. What is America debt for cars? I don't know what that means. You need to make that question a little better. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. So here you go. This is an institutional buyer. I'm for reforming zoning laws. I'm not trying to fight you on that position. I'm trying to tell you why it won't fix the problem. I am still for it, though. We still need to fix zoning laws so we can make more housing. But I don't know how to tell you this, but a lot. Do you see what is happening right here? Do you think we don't have enough homes or what? Do you see this? Does this look like we need more supply or something to fix this? What is going on here? It's a pretty big spread, by the way. What do you think is happening here? Well, this is fundamentally why I always find it annoying when people say law of supply and demand, because surely a law of supply and demand would fucking understand to find equilibrium here, but that's not what's going to happen. Okay? What we have here is something that doesn't work with supply and demand. They don't make land? What the fuck? I don't even... Oh my god. Ah. I'm gonna go back. We'll go back. I was looking at taxation, okay? I want to go back to Florida. We'll get to this. Florida has $0 income tax. Very cool. Who in here thinks that the Florida tax burden is less than the California tax burden? Yeah, it's giving me a lot of Ricardian economic vibes, which, funny enough, Ricardo as well as Adam Smith both predicted the landlord crisis. They both said that the type of rent seeking that we do, or is in capitalism at least, would probably amount to this at some point. I'm interested in zoning reform. It's not enough to fix the problem. Okay, buddy. Yeah, that's definitely Grant. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Grant, where are the houses being built? Might look like a trick question, but like, where are these houses being built? Will you be wrong then? I'm not sure what the federal government has to do with any of that. Maybe because they finance themselves with debt securities through private loans, but how the fuck does that make institutional investors buy property? How does that make sense? Okay. And it means they're only building homes in certain cities, in destination centers is what it's called, destination centers. Developers will not spend money to. Good chat as well, The Onion. Sorry if I sound like an asshole. Shit, they didn't want me to click that. When you say because they have access to easy money, what in the fuck does that have to do with the government, man? Like, if you have a 4% interest rate on a home as an institutional investor, and you have an 8% interest rate on a home, are you going to stop investing the money, even if it's still the best way to make money and wealth? Yes or no? Which one? No, they don't have more access to easy money. That is just not true. If you, I want to point something out, by the way. If you think that the federal government artificially lowers interest rates, that's the word you used earlier, right? Artificially? As in, like, it's meaningless, or it doesn't, it's like fake? Correct? Because I think you're running into a problem here. I personally don't. Okay, well, energy artificially there implies some sort of like fraud or like fake or unnatural, I guess is an okay word. But before I go any further, do you know what the reason is, or at least why the Fed says they lower interest rates? And then second, the answer is no, investors are still going to invest, whether it's 8% or 2% or 4%. No, that is not why. No, it is not. Really? When you're in a recession and you want to stimulate spending, that is, you lower the interest rates, yes. But why does the federal government, Federal Reserve, not the federal government, Federal Reserve is separate. Why do the feds have a target for inflation or interest rates, you could say? It's not about stimulating spending. It's to promote stability. It's to decrease volatility because they want a market that's predictable. That should be something you learn when you first even read about the Fed. It is probably the most principal mission they have. And whether or not you agree with it, I actually don't. I think the inflation target is retarded. I think it's a concept of neoliberal, fucking neoclassical garbage that hasn't worked, and there's no reason for it to stay. I think there's some truth in your statement that we could probably not care as much about interest rates, but that doesn't mean that we just don't regulate shit. So if you think that like the Fed holding off on interest rates is going to stop institutional investors from investing money into the number one wealth generating thing in the fucking universe, which is homes and property, I don't know what to tell you, but that is not going to work. Because whether it's 8% or whether it's 4% interest, they're going to invest it in whatever makes them the most money, and that is buying fucking homes. So it really doesn't matter what the interest rate is. They buy the same amount every fucking year. It would make it more difficult for home buyers, is all it would do. That's what it would do. People who you want to buy homes no longer have access, at least in the current economy we have. So just randomly letting the interest rates go up would make it so no one literally no one will buy homes, and then no one will sell homes. Because if someone sells a home energy, you know what they usually do after selling their first home? Can you take a guess? They buy their second home, which means they're going to have to now jump from a 3% interest rate to a fucking 8%. And they're not going to fucking do that. Why would you do that? So you're going to have a fucking stagnated market is what's going to happen. So I would not recommend doing that. These things need to be addressed from, in my opinion, a regulatory capacity. And when I say that, I mean the federal government has bad government policy right now. And it's not because we need to make it less restrictive. It's because we need families to buy fucking homes. We don't need fucking GM, a car company, to fucking buy homes. No, why would they? What is the alternative? What's the substitute? If you are talking about incentives right now, on like a Marshallian demand curve right now, just simple supply and demand, where else would they take their money? There'd probably be a small amount diverted somewhere else. But realistically, why would you take your money and put it somewhere else when you know that homes are just going to continue rising in price the same? What is the incentive? What's the substitute for a home? Stock? No, not a substitute. It's nowhere near as fucking stable. Buying property? 30-year fucking asset park with insane equity generation. So can you buy or do anything with either of those two? Can you buy a home in gold? And if you want to shift this around, is that easy to do? What the fuck would you want gold or silver? It's not a. It's a fake. It's literally about as fake as it can get. Why would they be stable assets? They're literally impossible to use. And when you buy gold and silver, you don't even get them. You get zeros and ones. There's nothing physical. There's no physicality at all with those things. Can you buy a home with gold? Will someone take gold as a down payment for a home? The answer is no. They won't. No, they won't take gold, bro. What they will take, they've misled you. They play on, the ideas around gold literally play on people's like intuition to think that back in the day we used to like peg our currency to it. But the only thing that makes the currency strong is the fucking government that prints that fucking currency. That's it. Everything else is suspect. If the government doesn't have any conviction behind it, if no one believes that the government can act on the debt that the government has willed, then the government is no longer there. And neither is the currency. The moment you can't act on debt and forcefully protect the currency or the money involved that you are printing as a government, that's when you lose your government. Gold is not going to save that, by the way. It's fucking literally worthless. It's good for building some semiconductor shit. It's used in electronics, but you're not going to be able to buy anything with gold. No one is going to fucking take gold. I do want to ask you before I stop today, though. Before I go further, I feel like the taxes conversation was kind of interesting. So, obviously, no one likes to pay taxes because it's like an instant thing where you see, wow, money leaving me. I could use that money to buy like guitars and shit, right? That would be sick. I would love another guitar. If only I got all those taxes back that I paid. Now, what I want to ask you is, if you knew that a tax would lead to a better outcome for the thing that you want, like let's say schools, would you still oppose that tax in spite of that just because it's a tax, or would you actually be okay with it? So what I'm getting at here is not a good thing. It's just going to make schools more expensive, but it's fine. It's not really relevant to my question, though. If you knew that a tax would amount to a better outcome for something, would you still be in favor of not doing it? As in, do you actually care about the outcome and the good that you get, as in what you are getting, or do you, okay, so it's not about the tax at least, right? Because most people I talk to think they're like fiscally conservative, right? And they just, when they hear the word tax, they just fucking recoil inside. And they think that like they could just do it better, I guess. I don't know. Depends on what it is. Like if we're talking about like the military or healthcare, obviously, I think it'd be better if we just did single payer healthcare, right? Most people in this country hate our healthcare system, but they're just stuck in the idea that like the market will always do a better solution. So, as in you can do it on your own or something. And that's just kind of a fallacious reasoning. You can't, it's dogma. It's like thinking that taxation, no matter what, is bad is just a priori bullshit. So if you knew that schools, for instance, would be better if we just funded them through taxation better, you wouldn't be opposed to the tax, right? Which, funny enough, most commonly is presented through property taxes, in the US at least. For me personally, I don't give a fuck as long as it's more efficient one way or the other. So if it was the case that people could not pay taxes and have better healthcare in schools, then why the fuck not? But reality is that doesn't fucking happen. So you think that's the problem? You know we've been doing that, right? Did you know that the US has done that? Exactly what you're saying? Made the market freer? Or are you unaware of that? Insurance is always private, so I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. And regulations would lower this if they were real regulations? Medicare and Medicaid are not solutions, so I'm not really sure what you're trying to say right now. It goes to private businesses. So the government is essentially in subsidizing private companies to make profit. So it is a form of government payment, but that's because we don't have healthcare, buddy. If we didn't have those two things, probably millions, hundreds of thousands of people would die more each year. So out of necessity, the government made those programs because of what you just said. Let's increase the freedom in our fucking healthcare market. And you know what that did? It led to bad outcomes in every way fucking imaginable. So hospitals generally are going to be very much involved with insurance companies, by the way, in this country. We don't need to watch a video on this. We can understand this with just a little bit of a idea, okay? So right now, the US doesn't have much regulation on private healthcare. So when you say regulation, I'm a little confused. What regulation are you talking about? What exactly are you referring to? Because regulation is not good enough for me. I need to know which ones. It's a broad term. No, I've already seen this one. I don't care about it. I want you to tell me what regulation you're talking about. I've already seen that. The FDA cannot abuse the patent system. FDA does not look for patents. So the FDA barely regulates anything, buddy. Have you ever even looked at the FDA's regulatory capacity? Which regulatory capacity are you talking about? What regulation? I'm pretty aware of them, so I'd love to know which ones. What regulation are we talking about? And that makes drugs super expensive. How? And other countries also have regulations this way, and they don't have remotely similar fucking tracks. I don't even know where to begin on that one. How does that mean that drugs need to be absurdly overpriced? Wouldn't those things present themselves in the OECD nations that have similar regulations as us? Why is the US uniquely gifted with this plague of bureaucratic inefficiency? What's the deal there? No, they're not. Fuck, no, they're not. Most pharmaceuticals are just generally, we have a strong institutional framework for one, the education system, and two, our healthcare system used to be very good. So we were in a position to make pharmaceuticals. Like it said in that, what we just saw. I don't know if you read that, but this comparing part here, new drugs were available in the U.S. first. U.S. spends a higher and growing share of total drug spending on new drugs. So we were in a position to make drugs easier and faster because we have the institutional ability to do so. Yet our prices are still like 4 times higher. Why? You're not wrong when you say patents for non-generic drugs are pretty expensive. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So in order to reform the patent system, we'd probably need to keep pharmaceutical money out of politics, right? Because they pay for our politicians, since Citizens United, to maintain the patent system. So we probably have to legislate that out, correct? I mean, if you are a multi-billion-dollar company, multi-tens of billion-dollar company, and you could just donate money to get the desired political outcome and legislation you want, do you think it's pragmatic to believe that it will fix itself? Or do you think that's not pragmatic? Like, the incentives there are all fucked up. So, which I'm kind of someone who believes in incentives pretty heavily. I think they're a powerful tool. Companies will not care if they can't donate all of that money to get what they want. They will adapt. Right? Companies know how to work and adapt. Something governments are not as good at doing. That's okay. The companies are good at adapting. If we change the law, I have no doubt in my mind that companies would be fine. They would just invest the money somewhere else. Because that's what companies do. They adapt. They're pretty good at it, actually. If that were to happen, then we could most definitely still not make zero regulation. Because they'd probably adapt into some other way to make this type of good not have a good outcome. Like your school choice idea that you just said will end up making everything cost more. Like the tuition system and the university system we have. Okay, well, you'll get less money if you do that. And then second, you'd be applying a regressive tax if you did that. You'd be swapping out a tax that affects people who really won't even care about the money, except in their vibes and fifis, you know, because they hate taxes or something. And then you would be taxing people who essentially spend in need all of their paycheck. Is that what you want? Or do you think they deserve it? Or because that would be making it more aggressive. How am I being hyperbolic? Sales tax affects everyone. Property tax is going to be income dependent. If a tax is income dependent, okay, by definition, it will be less regressive as it goes up in money. There's nothing hyperbolic about what I just said. It's just a fact. If you tax a larger percentage of income from low income instead of high income, which property tax, clearly it's property tax, houses are tied to income, it's going to make it more aggressive. That's just a fact. So you would be taking more money. Well, then you don't know what the MPC is or the APC in economics and how much people spend as their disposable income and necessities. This is a high income and low income marginal propensity to consume, okay? This is a supply and demand chart, your favorite. So Do you see this line here? That's called a sin tax. It's a different, that's not a sales tax. It's called a sin tax. It's a different tax. That would be this. It's a vice tax. They are forms of sales taxes, but you probably should be more specific in what you mean by it. This is a sales tax or an excise tax. It increases the price of a good on a sale purchase of sale, but it's a sin tax. But that's not going to fix our problem either. Honestly, I think a lot of people would be okay with that. I'd probably be fine with that. I think you'd probably have a better argument there. But it wouldn't fix things like overweight or health in this country, because those are systemic issues that need to be fixed with systemic solutions. There needs to be better regulation on the products of food we eat. So Coca-Cola cannot put like 25 bags of sugar in a drink. They can only put like 10. Oh no. And then people will get over it in a week when it tastes different, but we'll have better health outcomes. That needs to be addressed by government regulation. We don't have corn syrup subsidies. We have corn subsidies. Corn syrup was made because we can grow corn easily in the middle of this country, my friend. Corn syrup was invented by farmers because they didn't want to lose their corn subsidy. So they chemically made a way to make sugar out of it. But if you look at the U.S., corn country in Iowa is really good at making corn. If we got rid of the subsidies, our farmers would probably go bankrupt tomorrow and we wouldn't have any local farmers anymore. So, I'm not sure about that one. It's considering we're about to bail out farmers for like $30 billion. I don't know if you'd want to do that. They can barely fucking stay afloat as is, so. Which regulation are you talking about, by the way? Like just the pharmaceutical one? Hey, Samurai. I'm about to get off, actually, so I'm sorry. I'd be fine with changing the patent stuff a little. Our patent system is uniquely fucking annoying because I don't know if you know this, but all of our federal agencies, the FDA included, were designed by the people they were supposed to regulate. So if you're wondering why corruption looks a little retarded in the US as it relates to like the regulatory agencies, it's because things like the EPA and the FDA were literally made with the executives of the companies they're supposed to fucking regulate in the room. Okay? So, in a way, they are a little corrupt and stupid. But that's not a good argument to just like think that we'll have better outcomes by just getting rid of them, which is what a lot of people think will happen. And it won't. Not even a little. It will not be good if we just like get rid of the FDA's egg safety fucking regulations. It does need to be reformed though. I was just agreeing with you a little bit and giving you some backstory on why they're kind of fucked up. Because again, the companies literally made and designed the regulatory agencies themselves. The companies that this is supposed to regulate. Which sounds a little stupid, and it is. It's very stupid. Oh, it was a long day. I think I'm gonna stop here though. I'm fucking drained from the onion, bro. Hello, Mango Curry. The onions questions today were fucking. I haven't done it on stream, but I have. Also, I'm pretty sure it's mainly Pakistan bombing the Taliban. I'm not really sure the Afghani people like the Taliban yet. The Taliban's kind of like on the outskirts, you know, the mountainside, being a little rambunctious. I think they thought they could return back to the caves. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they are the government right now, but yeah. But you wouldn't really say they're representative of the Afghani people, right? I think that'd be a stretch. I mean, millions of them did try and flee the country when the Taliban took back over, so yeah, that's what I mean. Not really a representative. What's the name? Cat Girl Fringies? Energy, you have a lot of people you watch, don't you? Holy shit. Also, hello, Mango. But I've been streaming for a while. I was going to end right now. So I'm going to raid this person that he told me to raid. And God bless you, Samurai, as well. I hope you all have a wonderful night, okay? I'm going to go wash my eyeballs. I feel red. Later, my friends.
Hey. Just wait, I got pauses. Hi. See.
I need to be a follower. That's fine.
Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hi, hi.
Anyways, have a good night, guys.